call. Jenny P.
Here.
Kat McKee.
Here, present.
Bella, I'm gonna mispronounce the last name, Bogdansky.
You actually got that right. Good job.
Oh.
And here.
Thank you. And Freddie Gillespie.
Is she changing a butterfly? Beautiful.
All right, so we have a pretty full agenda tonight. Thank you all for making time for this. And the first order of business is reviewing the minutes. Did anyone have any corrections or additions?
I have a question. I wonder if where we have attachments, is it helpful in the minutes to say parenthesis attachment? So that people, if they're really curious, is it that too much effort? And maybe it is.
No, I can do that. I think I didn't really keep track of it very well this time.
Oh, and I don't think it is actually going to be a big deal because you would just do town forest naming, trail naming, right?
Okay.
Attachment, and then finalizing signs for wolves and dogs, just attachment, something like that, right?
Uh-huh.
So just those two sections would cover everything.
So,
Oh, you say it here. You already say it, sorry.
But I already said it somewhere.
Yeah, you did on number 4, page 2. Provide attachment.
Number 4. Yes. Okay. Finalizing signs. Yes.
And maybe you want to do the same thing for number 5. That would be nice.
Okay.
Thank you for doing the minutes.
So I
Yes.
haven't been able to go through them. They came yesterday. I've been pretty busy, so I need a minute.
sure.
I think under number 2, first edit, you shouldn't say guest. She didn't show up, so she shouldn't be listed as a guest. These are our minutes, not what.
Okay. Under number 2. Okay.
Right, request for falconry, cut guest and just say was expected but did not attend.
Yeah. So you're saying, yeah. Request for file. Yeah. And then, oh, you're saying to say guest did not attend?
Under the minutes, under number 2, it says guest. It's like the
Yes.
it's like the agenda item, but these are our minutes. So she didn't attend, so it shouldn't
Right.
say guest.
Okay. So I just took out that part. So now it just says request for falconry at Breakneck Hill. And then it just
Yeah.
starts with the paragraph.
Did we do anything about that?
No. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but
We didn't.
She followed up with me that she was sorry she couldn't make it. And then, you know, that was just sort of like nothing. She never, like, same conditions applied that she was aware of. I made sure she was aware of those same conditions. And I have never received her falconry license, and I do not believe that Melissa has either. And at this point, the season that we would have been, that, you know, that we're almost to April 1st. So I didn't queue it up again for this meeting.
So we didn't decide not to allow her to do it, but she's not going to be doing it because she hasn't complied with anything we asked for.
Correct. I mean, I think that there's a chance, I suppose, an outside chance she could forward her falconry license and then have 10 days or so where she could do it under that original agreement, not to extend past April 1st or until she can attend a meeting. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to be
Okay.
something she's put through on.
But I don't need to change anything to the minutes, do I?
No, I just didn't know if we had made a
Okay.
determination because she didn't come that she wasn't going to be
Okay.
doing it.
I wonder if the discussion on the garden is clear enough that we were clear about needing our permission to do things there. It's clear that there'll be no soil brought in. When we discussed the fencing, there was an agreement that Isabel and I would research and bring some options back to the committee and would do a site walk, which I hope to schedule tonight, and make determinations.
Okay.
I think
I'd
I
like
also,
that to be a little clearer in the minutes.
Okay, so I'm adding Isabel and Joyce will research and bring some options back to the stewardship committee to make a determination of appropriate fencing.
Yeah, and that would use our site visit to, gather information to inform that decision at the committee.
All right, okay, so we'll research some options, do a site visit, and bring some options back to the stewardship committee to make a determination on appropriate fencing.
Yes.
Okay.
I think also under the paragraph that starts, Joyce noted that the gardeners are required.
Mm-hmm.
One was not cleaned up and a few other gardens went through and cleaned debris from the plot. There was a problem in that it got turned over before we were able to, as required, inspect it.
Okay.
So next year that was a miss and we hope to improve that process for next year. Put
Okay,
that
so
positively.
do you want me to say all that?
Want you to say something. I want it documented that
Yeah. How about something like, in the 2021 season, the soil got turned before inspections were done,
by the stewards.
before the stewards inspections were done. And we want to make sure we have a better process in place for 2022. Does that reflect, Freddie, the concern?
Yeah. I wouldn't say we want, that we will work to ensure there is a better process, something
Right.
like that.
We'll work on a better process.
Ensure.
We'll work to ensure we have a better inspection process
This
in
year.
place for 2022.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could mention that it did look better than the prior year, though. There was a benefit, it was improved from the prior. There was improvement. Although there was, how about that? There was improvement, however, we need to ensure that the inspection processes, however you want to write it, sorry. Wanted to give them some credit for doing better.
Right. Yes. Okay, I think I got it.
Any other comments people see? Take another minute.
It says Breakneck Hill tree work. Can we just name that management activities?
I mean, I was trying to stick with what was in the agenda.
Our minutes are our minutes.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so Breakneck Hill Management.
Well, it doesn't talk about tree work that much, right?
Right,
If at all.
right. Yep, sounds good.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of February 24th as amended.
I have a second.
A second.
That was Kat.
Yes.
Yes. All in favor, Jenny,
In favor.
Kat,
In favor.
Bella,
In favor.
Freddie, and I'm in favor. The motion passes.
Thanks for the comments, guys.
Thanks for doing the minutes.
Welcome.
So thorough.
All right, the next item up is a presentation from the Trails Committee, which will be Kat.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to put my other hat on. Let me know when you can see.
You can see.
Hang on. I'm going to start that again.
Oops, it went away.
Yeah, I'm trying a different one. Now you should just see the a full screen of a cover slide.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'm presenting to the stewardship on behalf of Southborough Trails Committee. Thank you for your time this evening. The reason we are presenting to you is to talk about a bylaw that the Trails Committee has put forward, or select board will actually be putting forward on behalf of the Trails Committee, and it will be voted on at town meeting. And the article is going to serve as, so currently it's going to change us from an ad hoc committee to a standing committee. And what that means is essentially an ad hoc committee. And the reason we're doing this is we were doing some research and discovered that an ad hoc committee is a committee that is generally created for a project specific purpose, and then it has an end. And a standing committee is more of a committee that has a kind of a permanent place. So that was one of the reasons why we moved forward with doing a bylaw. And the Trails Committee's been in business since 2013, thanks to Freddie. I believe she was one of the ones that got that started. And so it's been 9 years and we don't have plans of going anywhere. So a bylaw made sense to convert us to the standing committee. So one of the first steps we took to make a change is back in the fall of 2021, we approached the select board and asked if we could broaden our charge to be more inclusive. We just changed some text to be more inclusive of some of the activities that we do that included promoting trails and such. And then we also added associate non-voting members to the committee. And so the bylaw reflects what we currently have in place, and it would just be moving it forward. So we would still be 5 voting members. We would have 2-year terms for those. Associate members would be non-voting. They would have 1-year terms. And we would have a budget as well. So the big question is, what is an associate member? And so the reason we're here is to help answer any questions or concerns that you might have about what an associate member is, and to give you a little bit of background as to how these came about and why we're proposing continuing using these members. So basically, we a few years ago wanted to find a way to work with residents that didn't have full bandwidth to attend as a full full-fledged member. So the associate member came about. I reached out to Jim Hegarty a couple times to see if there was a way we could do this, and there wasn't anything that really came to mind. And then when, after some research in 2021, discovered that there's other communities that use associate members, and they use them in roles such as the Town Forest Committee in Ashland, or the Rail Trail Committee in Weston, and Chatham also uses it. And they use it, for example, with their, I think they have a summer residence committee. And so we spoke with the town council. He had no issues with it. We spoke with the open meeting law just to double check that, was there any issues? And they had advised us, directed us to talk to town council and let him advise. He actually thinks it's a great idea. It's an opportunity to get people kind of ramped up if they want to try out a committee. We've had 2 people serving in that role since last fall. And so that's really helped, having a couple of extra hands. And it's also a way of leveraging different talents. So if someone has special skills, but they can't be full-time members, they can help out on a smaller scale. So they're not required to attend every meeting, and they don't vote. So those are some of the aspects of it. And some of the benefits, we've talked a little bit about it, is leveraging talent that might not be available full-time. It's a great way of trying out a committee to see if it's something you want to work on. It also helps with when you have member turnover, you have a couple of extra members that are already kind of up to speed on things. So that's very helpful. And as you know, as a stewardship committee, we're all like, Southward Trails is one of 3 committees that they do a lot of manual labor outside of our monthly meetings. So having a couple of extra hands is really helpful, especially when we're doing trail maintenance, especially during spring, summer, and fall, when most of that maintenance happens. We will organize work parties, but on occasion, it's just going out and making sure you're trimming some trails. Having extra hands to do that during a time where most people are going on vacation is really helpful, so that all the work doesn't fall on 1 or 2 people. So that's some of the reasons as well. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it. And then, just in case you didn't know, this slide just shows who we have on the Trails Committee. And I think most of the people you already know. Satyendra Sharma, he's been with us since he joined with me back in 2017. So did Isabel Murphy, Tom McCoolier, and then Isabella Bogdansky, our own Bella, and Will Warren and Tony Schoner are 2 of the individuals that serve in the associate member role. So the bylaw is essentially just taking the current structure we have and putting it forward to vote for the town. So I'll stop there and ask. So what we're doing is approaching some of the committees and asking for support. I shared the bylaw. I shared 2 versions of it because we have one that's redlined. We just got back from the general counsel. And so the Trails Committee, the first opportunity we have to vote on that is on Wednesday morning. So although we won't have a final vote tonight, we would look to the Stewardship Committee if you felt it was appropriate. Once we did vote that through, which is on Wednesday, we could send the final version to you and then have the committee at the next meeting take a vote to support, or just take a vote. What we're looking for to be able to say that these committees support this type of thing. So that's what we're doing.
So does anyone have any questions for Kat? I know I have at least one. Does anyone else want to ask their question first? If you have any.
If you want to go through this the way, I have great support for you becoming a full-fledged committee. I have big concerns about the language in the bylaw. Lots of places, it just doesn't seem appropriate. And if you want to go through it all, or I can just vote not to support. I don't know if you want to take the time.
Well, I want to be respectful of all that we have to accomplish tonight, but I would be interested, Freddie, because you've mentioned a couple things, and I want to make sure that you're looking at the general counsel.
I am.
Version. Okay. Yeah. So are there some high level?
Can I just start with one comment, please? We have things on our agenda to accomplish. we take how much time it takes, respectful of time. There's a lot on our agenda, but it takes how much time it takes. Saying rushing through things has gotten us in trouble.
Oh,
So-
yeah, I don't want to rush, but I just want to be respectful, so.
Well, it doesn't help to say that because that is insinuating I'm not respectful of people's time by bringing this up.
No, I was just recognizing that this is a Trails Committee agenda item, and so that's really
But
where it's coming from.
My point is you're asking for our support and I'm saying I have lots of concerns and it's up to you. I can just vote not to support,
No, I'd love to hear them.
or we can go through them, but there's a
Right.
lot.
Comfortable.
So
Yep.
it's a complicated bylaw and it becomes law. And you're asking for support of a law, not the support of the concept. That's the issue.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing now and let's chat.
So if you can put up the council's bylaw, can you share that?
Yes, I can.
If the committee wants to do this, if they don't, they, that you can choose. Or, I mean, your committee hasn't even voted to approve it yet, correct?
That's right.
So
So this is an
Yeah.
opportunity to bring concerns to bear on also what the Trails Committee then discusses.
Right.
or if that's not your perspective for your Trails Committee, I don't want to waste this committee's or your time.
We'd like to hear your feedback if Joyce would.
Yes,
allow.
I'm in favor of airing the concerns and having a discussion about them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Do
so
you want to say yours first, Joyce, or do you want to just start and then?
Well, I know that so mine is probably, yeah, I did have a question about the associate non-voting members, and I understand all those arguments that you put forward for them. But I also am not convinced all of them hold up, because committees can always have volunteers, and to suggest that those volunteers, those associate members, which is a track kind of created because maybe someone doesn't have the, I think you said, bandwidth to become a full member. But then you say that helps if there is turnover, because you'd have folks ready to become full members. So it just didn't quite make sense to me. And I know that is it's my understanding that is sort of a more controversial part of this, and so I guess I'm not necessarily seeing the advantage of associate members over having, a pool of volunteers that you could tap.
Yes, so I'm happy to speak to that, and thank you for bringing it up. So I think, so it is, so you can't say, so by saying that we have a couple of associate members that may fill into full members, that's only if everything works out right? That they even want to go into a full member, that they have the bandwidth. So that's just one of the advantages that could work out. It doesn't always have to align that way. The other thing about, so associate members are a committed group of people, and so there's different levels of volunteers, and I think the way we're thinking about this and the way that it's worked for other communities is if you have someone who signed up, they're listed as a committee member, there's another level of commitment, another level of accountability and of ownership. That it doesn't mean that if you're a regular volunteer that's not, on a committee, that you're any less accountable. But all this means is like, I've signed up and I'm saying I'm committed to it. So it just adds another level of commitment rather than just having, another person say, oh, having a group of volunteers that may or may not be able to participate. So that's just one differential. Does that help answer the question, Joyce?
Thank you. That was the question I have so far. So, Freddie, do you want to start with your concerns?
You're on mute, Freddie, if you're talking.
I'm having trouble reading what you have here. Is there any way to make it bigger? Is there any way to take out J. Talaman's and just accept it as a document? The one I read wasn't redlined. Or if it's not, we can just do this. Just makes it a little more complicated to understand. Just have that document you sent us And,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, this bylaw establishes a committee that will be responsible for the trails in the town. That's concerning. You're responsible for some trails in the town,
Yes.
and that is not specific enough, and it will create problems in the future. I guarantee it.
So Jay specifically, which is what so what I'm going to need to do is pull up the red line as well, because he had included language specifically to address that concern. We met with him last Wednesday during office hours to talk specifically about that. So he added language to help.
Somewhere else,
It was under functions. The duty of the
Okay,
committee should
but
be to create, enhance.
it doesn't matter. I'm
Okay,
telling
but-
you, when you're reading it right at the very beginning, that's a problem. Because it doesn't matter that you clarify it later, maybe to a lawyer.
Which
it
line
does.
item, which line is a problem? Is it the first, number
Number
7?
12.
12, thank you. The bylaw establishes a committee that is responsible for trails in town. So you'd like to see line 12 be more specific to and outline what trails are under our purview?
Yeah. I'm not going to try to wordsmith it, but I think that indicates first glance that and even if it's clarified later, someone reading that's can take it differently. It just says you're responsible for trails in the town.
Okay. Got it.
The trails assumes all the trails when you read that. I think a reasonable person would make that assumption. And people don't read through everything.
Well, it is a law, so we do encourage people to read the entire thing, and you can take things out of context and then get into some trouble. I certainly understand that. So I'll take this back to the committee and see if there's something that needs to be specified that would help that. Thank you.
Because it's saying you will be responsible. It's charging you to be responsible, and it's not specific enough. And then it says, I'm just curious, this whole second part from 19 on, right? Why is that in here? Isn't that required of every committee?
19, so each voting member shall be registered voter in the town and should not be a town office. A quorum for committee shall be majority.
I mean-
This board and constitution committee appoint.
No, that is not the basis of OMS. So if you don't have this specifically in there, then it's the quorum is the number of available seats regardless if they're full or not. So having this in here allows, like conservation, if there's only 3 members, then the quorum is based off 3 seated members.
So, this is changing your majority to who's appointed?
Yes.
That's a
it's-
problem then. So
It's
if you only have 3 people appointed, you only need
but
2
in no
people?
case less than 3, so it will never
But
change.
you're a 5-member committee,
Correct.
so your
But-
majority is 3.
Yes.
And if they only have 3 people, the quorum will still be 3.
So why have it in there?
I don't
For
really,
5 members, you need 3, and you have to have 3, and this is saying you have to have 3, so why are you putting that in there? It's just, it doesn't make sense. And then the other thing is that, and this goes to Joyce's comment about the associate members.
Mhm.
And I know I've had a conversation with you and I don't agree with having them, but I've changed my mind. If it's an allowable use, my question is, why put it in there? You got them without having it in there. You can get them from the selectmen. Why state it so that you're allowed to have them if every committee in town is allowed to have them? And if every committee in town isn't allowed to have them, then I do have a problem with one committee being given that privilege.
So I can't speak to who can have these and who cannot. The Trails Committee approached the Select Board in the fall of 2021, requested the structure be changed. It was voted forward. We're putting the bylaw in place to continue to support the structure that was voted forward. It's up to the Select Board, whether they want to continue, whether associate members are suited for each board, commission, or committee, which we understand that it's not necessarily something for each board, commission, and committee.
Could this, could it, inclusion in a bylaw then be used as a basis for this? I guess this could be a concern, used as a basis for the select board to say, well, it's in Trails bylaw, but not others.
Yes. Yes,
You-
setting a precedent. That was
Yeah.
one of the concerns voiced. Yep. But as long as the control and the guardrails are that the select board makes that decision, then that's, that's where guardrails are.
So we don't need to disagree. I just disagree with it. If you can get the associate members after you become a committee, just by going to the selectmen, like they already granted it to you, I don't see why it's in your bylaw.
Well, I think it's important to list the structure here so that it's clear.
But it's not a structure that is any different than if you don't list it, correct?
I don't know that that's true. So this bylaw is essentially taking the current charge and putting it into a bylaw. And our current charge says 5 voting members and associate members, non-voting associate members. So listing it here to the committee makes sense, but I
Okay.
will take it, I'll note that, that it was, questioned.
You can note it because I think this in helping, in supporting you moving forward, becoming a committee, I think taking out things that people are going to vote against the whole bylaw for, it can be beneficial. And I don't think I'm alone in being concerned about the associate members.
Can you tell me what the concern is with the associate members?
It just, Joyce raised some, I'm on the Open Space Preservation Commission. We've been working for years with hands-on, many of the people here volunteering full-time. We seem to get it done without having associate members.
Lots of
And-
other communities use associate members and it works for them. So it's just another type of structure. So it's new. And with, anything new, it can be.
Yep. So I don't want to belabor the part, my feeling on it. I don't need to.
Okay.
If you go down, so again, any member who shall die shall cease to be a member. I think that's standard, isn't it? I mean, I'm just wondering why you're making it so, and why are you having this whole thing about holding a hearing? And I mean, it just seems to be giving this one committee some, I never see this in any other committee charges.
I think it's some standard language in a couple of existing bylaws is my.
In bylaws or in committee setup?
In bylaws, there's a
So
couple
if the
of,
bylaw requires it, why?
I don't know if the
why
bylaw requires it. It's just, this is proposed language. So
Okay,
yeah.
you're putting in language to remove members from your committee.
The purpose of this section is if someone's not fulfilling their responsibility, it's an approach to having the committee member removed.
I understand what the purpose is, but okay. Going down. So again, it just jumps out at me that if every committee's allowed to have administrative support to the committee, I think the prior one said shall give, so.
Yeah, he changed a lot of shells to may. And I think this
Right.
is standard administrative support that any board, commission, committee gets currently. This isn't asking for anything special.
Correct, it's just documenting that you're
Yeah.
getting it.
Yeah, it just acknowledges that this is the way it is. It's not special treatment and it doesn't
I
give
know,
us
just
any
to me,
extra grace. Yeah,
I
I
guess,
just want to make sure the public knows. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, I mean, it just strikes me as odd anyhow. The 47.
Mhm.
Um, never mind.
So this section is supposed to be designed to exclude, like be exclusive of Breakneck Hill, where the Trails Committee charge actually has that language. Instead of listing everything that it's exclusive of, this language helps define so that it's not any other property other than where we're allowed to.
Correct. So if you go to the committee shall.
Yeah.
I just, that's saying you must. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
You must do all these things.
Mhm.
And I'm just questioning that. Is it trail users about permitted use policies for the watershed, the reservoir, wildlife, and the environment? That's not just about trails.
Correct.
So you're now responsible for providing all the education and information for the town on wildlife, the environment, the reservoir, the watershed.
I think stating that we're responsible for all of it is not true. This just means we can promote.
It says shall, so you must.
Okay, so it means we shall, and we do have to, as the Trails Committee, make sure that our policies on the trails are shared.
But you
The
understand, it
trails-
doesn't say on the trails.
Well, but it's the Trails Committee, so are
the
you
law.
suggesting that language be put in so it says, it reads on the trails? So that it's not confused, because we're not trying to create a bylaw and to generate, we're not bigger than we are managing the trails. We're so I think.
So my suggestion is that you make it clear in what you write in a law.
So educate trail users, though, infers that you're on a trail if you're a trail user. So I think I understand where you're coming from. And I'll bring it back to the committee and see if there's any language that we can do to tighten that up so there's no confusion. But a lot of the trails that we are overseeing are in a watershed, and it is our responsibility as partners and, under our memorandum of use that we do make sure that trail users know what they can and can't do on the trails that are in our watershed.
So just to be, the trails are on, the whole town is a watershed.
Yeah.
In a watershed, not the same watershed, all of it that the trails are on. So it's a pretty big charge if you read it the way I just read it. I forget what number I was.
You were talking on 51 and 52. So you'd like to see this?
It doesn't, so it says educate trail users. So, okay, you're educating trail users. Just where it says about the permitted uses, it doesn't specify that it's about the uses of the trail users on the trails for the watershed. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's how I was reading it.
So is your suggestion to?
I don't know how to wordsmith it, but
just the general sense.
Permitted trail use policies, I don't know. Or the permitted uses of the trail that align, I don't know. I'm not going to wordsmith it.
No, that's okay. Just the general sense of you'd like to see this tightened up and directed to ensure that the Trails Committee is not overstepping their responsibilities of maintaining trails, and they're not getting into.
Yeah, some of this seems to me to be Conservation Commission work and Open Space Commission work and DCR's job, and you don't want to make yourself responsible for stuff that's really you know, the shall be is a big deal, just letting you know. It means you must do that. All of
So
that.
the whole, the shall promote recreational opportunities and educate trail users about permitted use policies, period. Those permitted use policies are about protecting the watershed, reservoir, wildlife, environment. It doesn't actually say that we will be promoting information about watershed, reservoir, wildlife, environment. We're going to promote, our job is to promote the uses on this land. So that's kind of, I see what you're saying, but I think.
No, it's the one above it, 47, right? No, I'm sorry. 51, shall promote passive recreation.
Would it
Yeah.
help if it was, and educate trail users about the appropriate permitted use policies, period, and then not specify those other pieces?
I think it's great if you want to educate about all those other things. I just think it's, you
Well,
get danger when you say shall.
Yep, no, I hear what you're saying, but I do feel like this is really focused on, we're educating about permitted use policies. We're not educating about the watershed, reservoir, wildlife, and environment. It's the permitted uses of, and the reason those uses are in place is to protect, right? So I think I hear what you're saying, and I'll bring the
It
concern
doesn't
back,
quite say that though, does it?
and I'll see if the committee has a recommendation to make sure that that is not saying that the Trails Committee is going to educate anybody about the watershed, the reservoir, wildlife, or environment.
Well, no, it's not only that, it's like, yeah. So there are permitted use policies on the reservoir that have nothing to do with the trails, correct?
Sure. Yep. Yes.
So are you in charge of that?
Nope. Because we're
So-
educating trail users. So our focus is back to trail users.
I understand what your focus is.
Yeah. So I
But
think.
I'm talking about what it could be implied to me.
Okay.
Anyhow, you're going to go back to your committee. You may or may not agree that that's a problem.
Well, I'm gonna flag it because it's something you flagged. So I appreciate it, and I want to make sure that they're aware of a concern that was brought to our attention. So thank you for helping us understand what that is.
So I guess maybe it's a law thing. I don't know how to read this in number 54, any. The committee may be, which is better, for trail monitoring and maintenance under any licensing agreements. Why not just have under licensing agreements?
I'm not sure, but it certainly is very specific because it means that we could be responsible for maintenance and such under licensing agreements, any licensing agreements to which the town becomes a party. So I don't think it opens up the door for problems here because it does specify the town, equal license, equal trail maintenance. So similar to what we currently have with MWRA and DCR. So I understand your question. Why is any there? I'm not really sure. I'm not, but I don't know that it opens up the door to more than what we have an opportunity to.
So okay, this is may be charged. That means somebody can tell you you have to do that. What if it's something you don't want to take on or you can't take on?
Then we're not getting into an agreement.
Huh?
Then we're not going to sign that agreement, or Mark Purple won't sign that agreement. Yeah, so there has to be some good faith understanding that obviously this bylaw is not going to be put in place to torture the Trails Committee.
It's not, but you never know who is. Mark Purple's not there, you're not there, and they want the Trails Committee to take over some. Anyhow,
Yeah, no,
that's up to you.
I hear
Another
you.
line?
And if we find that it's a problem, we can certainly go back to town meeting. It's a little bit more of a process now if a bylaw passes to get it changed. But having had a general counsel look at this and, flag it for issues and try to tweak the language to ensure that it's covering the Trails Committee's objectives and the town's objectives, I feel a little more comfortable, but
I'm sure it's better than it was. But one thing, if at a trial, you have two attorneys arguing two positions.
Mhm.
So, there's always another way of looking at everything that's written
It is
for
true.
the legal.
Yeah.
Something I like to remember no matter which side you're looking at.
Yeah, trust but verify, right?
So, so this next line, 56. You're authorized to coordinate and work with, I guess, you're allowed to work with other groups, I guess is what it's saying, right? So it's not saying you shall.
Right.
Can you go, what does this one mean?
Which number? 58.
Except 60, wait a minute. 62, but except for dues or expenses. What does that mean?
At the discretion, it's like where the committee may obtain membership in organizations that promote or build trails on behalf and except for dues or expenses covered by the committee's budget. Not exactly sure. Let me think about that. The committee so membership may be like with the Bay Circuit Alliance. We haven't had a membership with them before.
I understand you can become a member, but
But
what's the except for dues?
or expenses covered by the committees at the discretion of the board. I wonder, does that allow us to not get the discretion of the select board so that some of our budget can cover membership? And if it doesn't fit within our within our budget.
I have no idea what it means, but somebody might ask the question if you don't know what it means. You don't want to go to town meeting, not knowing what that means.
Thank you.
I think you're on to something, Kat. I think it's saying that the select board may issue you more funding for other memberships not covered by your budget.
That sounds really good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think after reading it a couple times.
That seems the opposite of the but except line.
Yeah,
So it is a little confusing.
Because they're already covered, I think is what they were trying to say.
Yeah, it does seem like.
so
So that the select board can't say no to things that are already paid for by the committee's budget. But it is a little tricky wording.
thanks, Melissa. It just wasn't clear what did that mean?
No, I agree.
And it could be legalese, but you just want to be able to answer the
Yep.
question.
Yeah, I really don't appreciate legalese when it's not clear. I might ask for
And
it.
Melissa, can
often-
you, can Melissa say that again? So you think it means that the select board can provide additional funding?
For additional memberships that promote development of the trails, and that it excluded the committee's already allowed ability to pay for dues within their budget. I'm sorry, that just made less sense.
If it's covered in their budget.
Right, so the Trails Committee the select board cannot say no to dues or expenses already covered by the committee's budget, but can at their discretion allow the committee to obtain additional memberships that promote or develop trails on behalf of the town.
But the word additional isn't in there.
Right. And that's where I think it's
Because
little
actually
tricky.
that does help make it more understandable.
I know it should be flipped, except for, or this shall exclude dues already paid for.
Yeah, because otherwise it's kind of like, oh, so they're going to pay for something the committee pays for already?
Yeah. Or saying, no, you cannot get your own memberships.
So are you set on that? So this next one is a problem for me.
Okay. What
The
number?
committee shall work. Means you must.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, we have to because everything we do is a public or private entity. All the trails are owned by public and private entities. Right. And we really can't do anything.
but okay. And I'll when I'm done, I'll say one thing about my perspective about all of this. I'm not sure about this grant. I don't, is that any different than what any other board or committee has the ability to do?
It doesn't sound like it's anything above and beyond what people are doing currently. It's just listing it.
Right. So there's a lot of listing stuff that every committee is allowed to do and can do and is given to do. So.
So you're
you
saying
know,
why state the obvious or why state? if it's
yeah,
in
I'm just
current
saying,
state,
yeah,
right?
a lot of your bylaw is doing that. And it just seems, unless it's something unique and special to your committee. You know, it's the old, you know, you don't have to put in, you must stop at a stop sign.
Mhm.
Although some things aren't necessarily available by default through state regs, some are just kind of allowed because that's what the select board has been doing. But if they somehow decide to change something in the future, having it specifically written in a bylaw does not allow it to be taken away, at least at that time.
Yeah,
So
that works for the having it taken away. But for the, you must do this, you know, that, you never know, but it's your committee's choice to be required to do things that you may not be capable or wanting to do. So that's it.
Well, thank you very much for your thorough review and feedback. It will be helpful as we prepare to
And
have.
I hope you hear me say, I'm hoping you become a full-fledged. I just think some of this is a little bit
Yep.
off. And it goes to town meeting when?
You mean,
May 4th and 5th.
Yeah, so that's May. We're still in March. Your committee hasn't even voted to approve what's here. You may make changes if you get input from other people. And my feeling is it's premature to support this written the way it is. That's my
yes,
feeling.
that's fair. So what we would be proposing is, because the general counsel just replied on Friday afternoon, so the earliest possible meeting that the Trails Committee could schedule was Wednesday at 8 a.m. So we have that scheduled and we will be reviewing the language. Now, having said that, we're meeting the select board and advisory are meeting on Wednesday night. So there will be potential more discussion that may change so what I would propose is that once the language is finalized, because Mark Purple put a deadline out of all language should be finalized by tomorrow. So, you know, I think it needs to be finalized this week. So we're really close. And what we can do, the Trails Committee can share with the Stewardship Committee once the language is finalized. We're doing this for other committees as well. And then at the next meeting, we would just ask that you take a look and, you know, take a vote.
Yeah, because, you know, that finalized by is so that they can review it, advisory and the selectmen. And then it may get changed and not be final. You know, there's still edits and revisions that are made after that fact, but
Yes.
finalized from your committee's perspective.
Thank you. It's a confusing, long, drawn out process that's not written down. So I'm learning every day what's new and happening next. So thank you for that heads up.
Yeah,
That
so
was helpful and educational. Freddie, you weren't done. I'm sorry.
no, I am done.
Oh, okay. Did anyone else have comments on the Trails Committee for and the bylaw for Kat's consideration as she goes through this process with her committee and whatnot? Okay, so I think it sounds like we'll look forward to circling back to this when some of that is more finalized.
Thank you.
Is that
I appreciate the committee's time and thank you very much, Freddie. Very helpful.
Yeah, it was helpful to have Freddie's keen eye and experience on this. I learned something as well.
And it was helpful to me, thank you, Kat, because I understood some things that weren't clear to me before. So thank you for your explanation. And you, Melissa, thank you.
Yes, Melissa, thank you.
I try.
All right. So the next agenda item is that I suggest that we schedule a site visit at Breakneck Hill. We had raised the possibility of this last time, but there was still quite a lot of snow coming. I feel like it's probably jinxing it to say so, but I mean, we are into spring now and later in March, and perhaps if we're gonna, I think we're all probably willing to tolerate some mud, and maybe we can pick a time where we could visit. I have in particular in mind some of the concerns and areas around community gardens that came up at our last meeting that we said we would use a site visit to inform our future discussions. But we could walk the whole property together as well, something we don't do frequently. And that is also informative so that we can have up-to-date and shared understandings of what we see. So I'm thinking the days are longer now. I think if we could, pick a time, either if it was a weekday, for me, it would probably have to be late afternoon or an upcoming weekend time that worked for everyone, but I'm kind of not sure where people are at with either of those. Are there folks here that could meet, for example, at 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or is that a non-starter?
I could do that on a Monday, a Thursday, or Friday. My Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays coming up I'm going back to the office just for my schedule availability. So it's easier to do something on a Thursday or a Friday later in the afternoon.
What about others?
It depends on the week for me.
Okay.
And that.
How about, I know it's hard, but how about throwing it out via email? Can everyone hear? I mean, we could sit here for 20 minutes. figuring out
Joyce, do you want me to make you a doodle poll?
Yeah.
You love
All right, I'll make a doodle poll and send it out to the committee tomorrow or now.
What are we,
What general weeks and times, your
What?
availability?
days and times?
So how about you just tell me a 2-week period in which you guys want to try. And you said after 4:30, so I'll list them in half-hour increments.
I can't do anything until after,
Until after when?
till maybe the 28th. It's the soonest I would maybe have any availability at any time.
The 20th of March, you mean?
Yes, of March.
Okay.
And it would have to be done before, like, the 16th of March.
Of April.
Yes, April.
So do you want me to do 2 weeks out from March 30th, which is a Wednesday?
No, do it the 28th.
So start on the 28th and go 2 weeks out?
Does that
So the
work
week
for
of-
everyone?
Yeah.
That
Wait, so
time
you're,
frame?
wait, so you're saying you're gonna give options every day from the 28th?
Yeah, for 2 weeks, starting at 4:30 in half-hour increments. So have
Okay.
fun with that, you guys.
But those are weekdays, but then
Yep.
maybe do a, I don't know. like a
Do you want me to throw
Sunday.
one Sunday or Saturday in?
Yeah.
And
Sundays afternoon?
I'll admit, I don't have a lot of weekend time on the 1st, 2nd, 8th, or 9th, but it's not about me. So I just will put down my availability. Thanks for the doodle poll.
You're welcome. All right, so I will do 2 weeks starting on the 28th and do Saturdays at a couple times.
Except for Kathy said she's not available on Saturdays, so, but Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay,
So let's do Sunday afternoon and skip Saturday. If you can't make Saturday, why waste the doodle?
Right.
okay, so I'll do Sunday afternoons then.
Thanks, Freddie.
You can't do Fridays either? So leave those off.
Who can't do Fridays?
I thought you said you can't do the 1st or 2nd, 8th or 9th.
The 1st and 2nd, right? And the 9th. But I'm around on the 10th.
No, we're
But
talking
you
about
can-
this Friday,
Oh.
8th.
Well, I'll put it in and you guys can fill it
Okay.
out. I think that's probably
Yeah.
the easiest way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so that, and then the next item is the Breakneck Hill Meadow. Freddie, you have some updates for us.
Yeah, so I talked with Nick, who is the meadow extraordinaire, works with, I think he's one of the best in the state. He works with Larry Weiner. That's how I was, how he was referenced to me. And you remember meeting Larry Weiner, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I sent you a email just last minute. I didn't realize it was on the agenda for sure. So he can start. We can just start the work for the season before. He's giving me some pro bono work. It's not clear how much, but isn't charged us yet. And he's willing to work. One of the things we want to do is so here's the problem. We have conservation land that doesn't really provide as much conservation value as it should. And some of this we're learning because of the, you know, how we have flagged off some areas not to mow. And then
Right.
we have the gardens we've installed. Much of the land is either old ag weeds or old foraging, non-native grasses. And the good news is though, and it's that Dr. G. Gear last year had his grad students there. Did I tell you this last time? I think it's new info.
The 3 butterflies, you did tell us that.
10 at-risk butterflies.
Oh, 10. Okay.
Well, he's just putting the data still being compiled, right? So there'll be some additions to, and I know I told you that, to the plant list, but it just means when I talked about redoing that habitat, Dr. Jagir even got excited. So if we want to move forward, this would be an opportunity to do it. There's a lot of invasives there we can take out and then replant with native species. How Nick is different than Rob, which he has come to understand better, is that to have a healthy plant community doesn't necessarily mean only the plants on his list, right? Because plants work together in ways that are, you know, different niches they all fill. You can read the Larry Weiner book, Garden Revolution, and understand it better. But so he will be focused on Dr. G. Gear's plants, but also be creating a healthy, productive plant community in the seed mix that we will be checking in before we move forward if we decide to. And it would be at least through 2 fiscal years, maybe 3. And the total dollar amount was, before we get into the management phase, was like under $8,000.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a deal.
Yeah, it is a deal. It's for the whole roadside meadow. So from the roadside down to the wetlands.
So it's about managing the stuff that's in there now that we, that needs, like if there's buttercup and things like that, as well as introducing new stuff.
It's about soil prep, which is
Soil
taking out everything, right? But it's all pretty much non-native. I mean, there'd be some specific plant loss, but it's mostly non-native grasses and weeds and invasives. The buttercup, I don't think this project necessarily covers that. It will cover some of it, but a lot of that is in the wetter area that will need it, would be additional to deal with. And we started to deal with it last year. And the reason for that location is well, Dr. G. Gear got very excited because it abuts his research area with the wetlands, so putting some better plants in there would be. He was also very excited about adding grasses, which are more important for a lot of the butterflies, as well as excited about, for us, it will have high visual impact. And managing is easier. It's not an easy property for access. And that's the only concern, is if we end up in a drought season, we will have to deal with watering it or maybe losing some plants, or a lot.
and the water being via the community gardens access.
Or some other way.
Like bringing in those big.
Well, that's pretty hard, but having a truck come in, I mean, there could be an added expense, is all I'm saying.
Right. It's an
Yeah.
unknown. We don't know if it'll be a drought.
And, native plants, you don't want to risk your investment on not having them germinate. They will eventually, the seeds, some of them will grow, but one of the components of putting a meadow in is, after you plant, you have to continually mow it, or they have this string cutter, something, it's like a weed whacker but different, I'm not really sure, to keep the growth at a certain height, because that property has, as we know, very high seed pressure from non-natives and weeds, right? So they will outcompete what you plant if you don't keep them low. And what happens is, by keeping it cut more frequently than we would, our annual mow, then that's included in its cost of maintenance ongoing for a few years. You by keeping it low, you allow the native plants to establish their roots and become more established, and outcompete the non-native weed seeds that will take over. And there's some selective taking out any non-natives that are a problem after he plants.
Well, I love the idea of the meadow going in there. Not just because for the support of the native pollinators, but I mean, I just think it creates a beautiful vista. It could be a really awesome vista right there, roadside. That's just good for us.
Mm-hmm.
And the other hope is that we can also get some of these plants to move elsewhere, right? By creating a seed source.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but again, as I just said, it's they're not just going to, the pressure of the non-natives is really intense. And but So they're not necessarily just going to self-sow everywhere overnight, but if we don't have them there, there's no chance that it will happen, right? You have a question, Kat?
Yeah, so I'm trying to visualize where this is. This is between the road and the wetlands. Is this where the people walk from the community gardens to the parking lot, or is it
Yep.
past that piece?
So
Is
when
it-
you're walking from the community gardens to
Mhm.
the other trailhead.
Yep.
If you're walking from the community gardens, everything on your left down to the wetlands.
Okay, gotcha. And so does a hose go there? Like what happens if there is a drought? Like I love this idea. I'm not against it, but how do we water it?
Yeah, if there's that will become a problem. It would probably require a pump of some sort connected to pump it over, I'm thinking. But years ago, we asked when we were doing Wildflower Hill, they were repaving the street. And before they repaved it, we asked to get connected to the water pump there. And the selectmen said, no, just run a pipe, just run a hose up Wildflower Hill from the community gardens.
Which is like a mile.
Uphill. And so this is not uphill. And the goal is to be very, he gave us a couple of planting scenarios, and I think we can look at weather forecast. Like you won't know long-term months, but have an idea of when it's more likely to not be if we're heading into a drought season, you might know a bit ahead of time and put it off to the fall. These are things you can do. But the other thing is the anticipation is that we're not going to water.
Yeah, it's generally speaking a wetter area. But yeah, we can't predict. And
Yeah, so where it could be problematic is where it's higher up by the road, right? Because it does get progressively wetter. But even the wetlands dry out in a real drought, right?
right, in a real drought, even wetlands dry out.
On the other hand, a lot of the money is after the fact of the seeding and stuff. So I don't think I personally feel that the benefit far outweighs the small risk of, and us, we'll be out there we'll be bringing water gallons and watering it if we have to, right?
Well, you know what I
I'll
was
be
thinking?
saving my liter bottles, filling them with water.
I mean, look what we did on Breakneck Hill on the Wildflower Hill. I went up there with gallon jugs in crutches to get those plants watered when we put them in at one of the first gardens. So.
Yeah. Well, that big thing that sits at Breakneck Hill now that's full of water, can you attach a hose to that and then like have a soaker hose long enough where you could kind of weave it like a snake all the way through that area? So that big thing would be the watering can?
I think if we're in that situation, we will find a solution. Whether that would be, my gut is, I don't know, maybe you could put a pump to it, but I think it's only 350 gallons. Looks like a lot of water because we haven't used it all, but I don't know for the situation. That's 3/4 of an acre or something. About an acre. Not sure.
Well, I'm excited about it. And what do we need at this moment to, well, first of all, do any of the stewards have other concerns or questions for Freddie on this?
You look like you're thinking, Jenny.
No, I'm just trying to process everything and, I'm doing notes at the same time.
Okay.
Did you say that the estimated cost was under 8,000?
I don't want to lie to you.
No, I didn't totally hear that. So
Yeah, right. So
so I just wanted to make sure I had written the right number.
I
Yeah.
wrote around 8,000.
Okay.
that is the establishment, not counting future years.
Okay.
You know, there's cost annually.
Right.
Do we vote?
If someone puts a motion on the table, we can vote.
I make a motion, we authorize Freddie to move forward with working with Nick to start the next phase of this project and give him the go-ahead.
Do I have a second?
I'll second
that-
that.
Is that good enough?
I think so. I mean, we haven't, yeah.
So let me step back from that motion, okay? Just
Oh,
stop for
okay.
a second. I want to say we're committed to the proposal I sent you, moving forward with it.
As the motion is committed to the proposal sent forward.
No, I don't know. Let me just grab the proposal, right? It's
Yep.
on my town email account, right?
Yep.
I have it opened if it's helpful, if I can share my screen.
Yes,
Is that
please. That
okay?
would be good because I didn't get to look at that.
Do you see it? Proposal for establishing natural.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So it's a stable, dynamic, biologically diverse, aesthetically pleasing meadow. So all of that is good, blah, blah, blah. And then that will also say native butterflies and other species as well. If you want to scroll up a little bit,
I'm at the top. Do you mean scroll down?
yes. So we can read further. So it's a half acre about. This is all the description.
Let me scroll down.
Yeah. So he will do he didn't do soil sampling, but he can start the soil sampling now. And he will design the wildflower mix based on that soil sampling. And
Would be able to approve the wildflower mix, right? Like we would see that before he did that, right?
yeah, and I'm going to have some being native to Midwestern US. I'm not sure about that. So he's not going to put anything in that we don't approve, correct? And I'll be sure that's written into any agreement we have. So can you scroll down? Are you reading it? Are you trying to read it? Not read
No,
it all?
I'm waiting for direction on when to
Sorry.
scroll.
I wish I was driving the bus, but my mouse doesn't work on this. He's talking about the ratio of grasses to wildflowers, and I was surprised Dr. G. Gear was excited about having more grasses there, which is really what is needed to have a healthy ecosystem, but the flowers will still jump out at you, right? So, and you can all read this later, but he gives a lot of good information about the different stages. That's one of the niches there. So you need the plants that are early stage and the ones that are mid stage. If you plant all later stage and don't have any early stage, you never get ahead of the weed seeds. And anyhow, So you want to, this is all the how, if you want to look at the budget. I don't mean to make you rush through, but the reason that is to be determined, he's giving us some pro bono. He already has. So the first step is to mow. And then he treats the soil. And the beauty of this is he's in Ashland, so he will be hands-on, not like he has to drive from far away to get there. And then the fall 22. So all of this right now, all we're really committing to, if you go back up, I'm sorry, go back up to the first number right there. You know, we're talking under $1,000 out of this year's budget, because then July 1st, well, I shouldn't say with under 1,000, maybe up to 2,000 this year, depending on the timing. And then the rest of it, if you scroll down. Okay. Total approximate cost, and then you have the annual maintenance. And that's usually only in the first few years, because you don't want to lose it after you want it to get well established. So that those bottom two are on top of the getting it planted there.
Oh, these two are in addition to.
Yeah, because those are in future years after it's planted.
Yeah. What kind of mower does he use? Would he use like a big commercial mower, or because it's like a specific area would be a regular mower? Do you know? It doesn't.
So if you go back up, he's talking about seeding. Okay. Annual spring mowing. I don't know. I'd have to ask. He's not a big equipment kind of guy, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be small enough where it's just a push mow.
Yeah, no, I don't think that.
No.
Nothing bigger than what we get over there from
DPW or Twin Pines.
yeah, I mean, actually interested also in finding out, Chris Paladin has something that will do wetter areas. It's almost like it has.
Like big tires or something.
Yeah, I'm even thinking of something like a tank, not like a heavy like a tank, but something that stays on top that's not going to sink in. I haven't
Like a
seen a
hovercraft?
picture of it, but so there's that. Okay.
Okay.
So I guess the motion would be to give me authority to work with him to start this process as laid out in this document.
Do I have a second for that?
Yeah, that's it, Pat. Thank you.
You got it.
So I'm sorry, we have the motion and the second. Okay,
second.
all in favor? Jenny,
In favor.
Kat,
In favor.
Bella,
In favor.
Freddie,
In favor?
and I'm in favor. The motion passes. The next item on
Okay.
our agenda is, if we're ready to move on, is the map with the artist rent. I didn't know how to say this because I couldn't remember the artist's name and I couldn't find it in my notes.
Claire Darcy, I think it is.
Claire Darcy. And
Sorry, can I cut in for a second? Or can I ask a question about the agenda? So I normally make a draft, a template for taking minutes. And whatever I have is not matching what
there was
is,
a revised agenda.
there was a revised agenda. Okay.
today.
Oh, it was
These are
posted
the only
today.
two
Okay.
items, I think, correct, Joyce?
What's that?
The meadow and the map are the only two inserted items, Jenny.
Okay. Okay.
You
Well,
don't have to worry, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, so the map was something we were considering with some art. I didn't know how to describe it appropriately for the agenda, but kind of like an artist rendering of the area.
so I was authorized and I had a follow-up conversation. I don't have anything in writing. She was very excited about the project and she thought, you know, her typical, I don't know if I told you this, her typical cost is $500 to $1,000. And then we own the,
Like the artwork.
yeah, we own, so we can put it on anything. You know, we can put it on brochures. It's at the quality that we can blow it up for a big poster on the kiosk. And in future, it's also so that we could easily, or somebody who knows how, like change the trails or the language. But then I started talking about some of the things we'd want, and there could be added cost depending how far we wanted to go. And she doesn't really know until she sees it, but I was talking about, you know, the grassland birds and putting in picture, you know, artistic, you know, bobolinks and, you know, Savannah sparrows. And then you have the vernal pools, you could put salamanders in, and the Wildflower Hill and the Ecology Research Garden and the apple trees and the, you know, up on the ledge, there's lady slippers and, you know, so and then you have the wetland woods and, you know, so there's a lot we could do and we could discuss that with her in the future. And I don't know, should we think about having her come do a site walk with us sometime or inviting her to visit? I think there'd be a cost for that would be included in the map, but then then we would decide how far we wanted to go, if we wanted to move forward or just pay for her time to come down.
And she's local, right? So it's not.
No, she's not.
Oh, so is she willing to come to a site? Well, I guess if we're paying for it, I don't know why I thought she was local.
You know what we could do? We could live stream our site walk when we go with her.
Yeah.
Virtual site walk.
So when I was talking, I can't remember because I talked with her twice, which info I've given you. Did I tell you that she is a botanist?
Yes.
Okay. So, and right now I am working to hire her to give a Earth Day concert. Did I tell you that?
Yes. Is it going to be on Earth Day, that Friday?
No. It's going to be, I think, on the 30th or May 1st.
Great.
She gives Earth Day concerts. I told you that.
Yes.
Is this supposed to be at the library?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know why this is all a blank to me. I must have missed a meeting. Oh, I was there telling you about it, so I guess I was there. Anyhow, all right. So, you know, that would be an opportunity for people, if you can come to the concert, to chat with her. We could maybe do that too. And
Yeah, I mean, if she's coming for a concert, maybe she'd like to go for, would it be like a midday concert kind of thing?
yeah, and we're paying her mileage.
Yeah, so she's here. Can we squeeze in the site walk that day?
I can ask.
Maybe we could have a picnic at Breakneck Hill. Treat her. Tea and crumpets on the
Yeah.
garden.
Yeah, we could have lunch at our picnic table in the Ecology Research Garden.
There you go.
But whatever. So I can follow up on that if that's
I think it's still of interest. I think it would be a tremendous addition for our,
I mean, we can just get another trail map and put it up, or we can have something that's sort of more three-dimensional, artistic special that we can, we would have to pay to blow up a poster, but, having the artwork, I think, has value.
I like
Other
that.
people,
Yeah.
another land trust or two, highly recommended her, so.
It's a special property, deserves some special art.
I think so, and given, I don't know. It's totally off topic, but how much do we pay for the sign at Town Forest?
I want to say that might have been 2,000 or a little under, if I remember.
So it's not, a big sign, but I think of it as that kind of a value situation.
well, and
Mhm.
we can deploy it in a lot of different ways.
We can. But it would also make that beautiful empty kiosk, have something nice to go look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, draw people
And then
in.
people
They
would
can
go
see the
over,
rules.
people might go over to look at the map and then see something else.
Perhaps a poop fairy.
All right, so that's that. So thank you for moving forward with her. I'll see about the date and let you know if she can stay longer or not.
All right. So now we have a number of materials to review for the rollout of the poop campaign, the Scoop the Poop. And I don't know which one to queue up first, maybe one of the shorter ones to get through so we can
Want to, like
One-
with the supplemental one, you think, the one page?
oh yeah, why don't, yeah, the supplemental information for dog owners in Southborough. So this is would be something that would be included in mailings to, as I understand it, mailings to dog owners, and also included as a handout at town meeting. And this is a draft. So the idea being that this document would educate about the requirement to clean up after your dogs. And so we welcome comments on this item.
Can everyone see my screen? I think I have it up.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
So I could do what I did with the trails. And then some of these comments will follow through to other documents,
Okay.
unless somebody else wants to start, but I'm happy to start if not.
Sounds good.
So I think I would state after Southborough require dog owners, I would state dogs must be under the control of their owners at all times.
Can you just point me real quick on where we are?
First paragraph, last sentence.
Okay, so Southborough requires dog owners to,
Like,
Oh, maintain control of their dogs at all time.
and
and remove improperly disposed of all dog waste. And then the bylaw is a footnote.
wait a second, I'm just trying to figure out how that plays out. Dogs are welcome. So, and it's hard to not be wordsmithing here, but
Please.
anywhere in town, dogs are required. The restrictions are on the watershed land. right? So it doesn't come clear there.
Well, I think select properties indicates that there are going to be some properties you can and some you can't. Does that help? And then down below, we kind of try to share that information.
Yeah, but for right here, right?
Mhm.
In that sentence, it says dogs are welcome.
On select properties.
Right, but then it doesn't differentiate that on those select properties. Okay, move your cursor out of the way, thank you. So our dogs are welcome on select properties. Anywhere in Southborough, dogs are required. This isn't what you're writing, but I'm saying what it is. Anywhere, dogs are required to be under the control of their owners, and dog waste must be properly picked up.
Yeah.
And then on some properties, there's more restrictive restrictions. This here says like,
Oh, I see your point.
there are some important restrictions in place to protect our conservation lands. Some properties have additional restrictions, and I don't know that this says it, and it may say it better further down. So,
Yeah, I think, we introduce the concept and then we develop the concept.
But this isn't the concept. The introduction doesn't introduce the concept. It confuses it. You have two things here. You have dog walkers are welcome, right? And then there are some important restrictions. The restrictions aren't on where dog walkers are welcome. Correct?
Oh, it says wild dogs are welcome. To me, that means they are welcome in some places, but you have to follow all these restrictions.
I think it
So
should be
that's not
all
the point.
both.
The
Yeah.
introduction here is there are specific places you can't walk your dog. Those are the restrictions. These picking up after your dog and having them under your control does not pertain to the reservoir land.
So maybe you want to say requirements instead of restrictions.
Well, I
Yeah, we
think the point is that no matter where you are in Southborough, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Freddie, but in interpreting what you're saying, but any dog anywhere in Southborough is required to be under the control of the owner, and the owner has to do these certain things about the waste.
Correct.
Different point is,
There's some properties they're just not allowed on.
and that they're
And this
not
info
allowed,
doesn't,
that they're blurred, that in other words, I think Freddie's point, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that those 2 points are blurred in that top paragraph.
How about this change? While dogs are welcome on select properties in Southborough, there are some properties that prohibit dogs to protect our conservation land, trails, wildlife habitat, our water, and to keep Southborough clean and beautiful. So that,
that's not clear either, because our conservation land allows dogs.
some doesn't, some does, and we clarified down below.
Where does our conservation land not allow dogs? When you say our conservation land,
Why wouldn't conservation land be considered the watershed? Why
because it
wouldn't?
says our conservation land, and in my mind, DCR is not ours, that's DCR. The town conservation, under the care and control
Here
of
we
our
go.
conservation.
I got a solution.
Commission.
Boom. Protect conservation land. How about that? Does that help?
No,
Conservation land to me says Breakneck Hill.
Yeah.
And the other stuff is not conservation land, it's other stuff.
it's DCR,
It's
Sudbury
DCR.
Reservoir land.
Like, I
And
don't
we all-
think of conservation land as the umbrella term.
And conservation Commission owns other land as well, care and control, so.
As just a comment, as someone who gets phone calls about conservation land every single day, the general public their general understanding of conservation land is any open space property in town. I get calls about DCR, about town-owned property, even about private property. So I think conservation land I think you guys are pigeonhole I think you're getting too narrow, because all of a sudden you've completely eliminated kind of what your initial goal was kind of, yes, about where dogs are allowed, but kind of the poop aspect just disappeared until it's in the example. So I think you're overthinking it in some places, and that,
My problem is I don't want to say where dogs are allowed. I think there's a clear place where dogs aren't allowed. I don't want to be telling people to come to Breakneck Hill to walk their dogs.
So I think by adding the sentence that you did, then you're further kind of harrowing.
I just don't like the whole first paragraph. How's that?
Okay.
It doesn't say what we're trying to say, in my mind. And then we may not agree on what we want to say, but.
Right. And I think so when developing this, it was, the idea is to say that, we're educating where dogs can and can't go, and that poop has to be picked up, and that there's a reason why, right? So is there something we can do that would help bring that point home in the paragraph, in the first paragraph? Is there something glaringly, something missing that I can just?
Well, and I'll just say this throughout this whole thing. My concern is there's two separate issues. There's the Trails Committee, which is responsible, most of the land under your trails you work on are DCR land, the reservoir trails.
Yep.
You don't allow dogs. That's not that's not the Breakneck Hill, the Stewardship Committee's job.
Right, it's a balance, right?
And well, it's not a balance because that's the Trails Committee, and I don't feel it's our job to tell people it's okay to bring their dogs to Breakneck Hill.
Okay, so part of the challenge with that, I get it, because I don't want to drive extra traffic, that they're going to find Breakneck Hill, whether we say it or not, is one thought on that. But the other thought is, can we just, so part of the campaign and what we mentioned that we would be doing is helping to educate the public of where can you walk your dog. If you can't walk them here, you can walk them there.
I don't recall talking about that, though.
Can we help spread that message by sharing the properties that people can walk? So for example, under where is dog walking allowed, we, the Templeman Woods, the Templeman Watkins Woods, I didn't have that added in the original one. That can be an area confirmed, by SOLF that they allow dogs on their properties. So that helps
them that they want to be advertised as having dog walkers there.
Yeah, I've talked to them about, pardon?
Because so we're going to write that they can go to the Beals Preserve and bring their dogs.
No, I have
to go.
Right. So we were going to try to get permission on that last week, and we were asked to not do that yet. So the committee is going to talk about that tonight, whether we can do that or whether it makes sense to do that.
I'm going to guarantee that there will be board members that do not want it put out there that you should bring your dogs to the Beals Preserve.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to ask.
And same way I feel that we shouldn't do it about Breakneck Hill.
Mm-hmm.
People can find it, but we don't have to say, bring your dogs here.
Does anyone, I'd like to ask the committee, does anyone feel like there's a glaring omission if we have a campaign about dog poop and dog waste and picking it up and walking your dogs where you can or where you can't, but you never say where you can, that might just be a big question mark? That's my challenge with it, is like, this was an educational campaign to help inform people where you can and can't go. I don't want to do anything that's going to drive extra traffic to Breakneck Hill that's a negative for us. But I don't know how we accomplish this.
Again, so and then I'll let everyone else talk.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, what we discussed, when you're walking your dog at Breakneck Hill and the town forest, you have to pick up your dog waste. That was the campaign. And that the Trails Committee needs to tell people they can't walk their dogs on the DCR prohibited land. I don't see that you can't say that and be quite clear. No dogs allowed here. And then when we're talking separately, when you're at Breakneck Hill, you have to, or any place else, you have to pick up your dog waste. I don't see why you have to say you can't walk here, but you can walk there. You just say you can't walk. It's not allowed because of DCR reasons. And that's really, not the stewardship committee's authority to talk about why you can't walk your dog there. Or elsewhere in town, or where else you can walk or can't walk. We're Breakneck Hill and, right? So.
Yep. So so that's the challenge and the balance that I was referring to is the joint nature of the grant application, which is balancing the two authorities, what the Trails Committee is trying to accomplish and what stewardship, and bridging that in some way that works for both.
Let's see if other people also have some opinions that they want to share about this.
I mean, I do feel like it's hard to go into the education part without mentioning what properties we're talking about. Like I understand Freddie's concerns about not driving more traffic, but I don't really see how you have this, like, I think people need to know what some of the different properties are that we're specifically talking about.
I agree with Jenny. I think it's something that people like need to know, especially if they're new to town too, because it can get kind of confusing if you're saying you can't go a certain place and not specifying where you can go. So there's like no specific like leeway or like middle ground as to where you actually can go. And I don't necessarily think it would be a bad thing that there would be more traffic at Breakneck Hill. I feel like if anything, it would like help promote the conservation land, not necessarily by having dogs, but by having more people go there and explore. But I definitely see like both sides of the issue.
I think that's what makes it so hard, is that we all can see both sides. I wonder if the middle ground is more the educating, like changing that top paragraph and educating on where dog walking is prohibited and why pet waste is harmful. And then instead of having a question that says, where is dog walking allowed? Just saying, like reiterating that all dog owners in Southborough, no matter where they are, have to keep the dog under control and clean up and properly dispose.
Possibly also like beefing up the why is pet waste harmful for the environment. I mean, there's other things that you could mention, like harmful algal blooms, negative effects on wildlife.
I wondered, so I like that, Jenny, and I wondered, I stayed away from those 2 points because I'm like, is that, do we have that problem in Southborough with algae blooms? Or
Oh my
can we,
God,
I guess,
have you ever been there when the Sudbury Reservoir turns into pea soup and you can smell it from like a mile away?
okay.
I don't know if it's.
I know it happens in communities. I didn't want to overdo.
It happens in some, it happens in some communities. I'm not sure if I've seen data on our water bodies, but it's certainly, as a general,
yes.
Why is pet waste harmful for the environment? I don't think you have to, I don't think you're saying this is happening in Southborough. These are just things that can eventually happen from too much nutrient input.
Yeah, and that's actually highlighted in
Southborough.
What?
I'm telling you, it has happened in Southborough.
Okay.
Okay, so I added it.
Pea soup, I'm telling you, if you're on the causeway on 85, the reservoir was like thick like pea soup. I'm pretty sure that's an algae bloom. I called up. It's been a while, but it has happened. It's not just from dog waste, the geese and the swans.
Well, yeah, though, I mean, there definitely can be algae, but a harmful algal bloom is a specific thing. So you could just maybe, instead of harmful maybe you can just change it to algal blooms.
So change here to what,
Yeah, just change it to algal blooms or, yeah.
is that spelled correctly?
Yeah, you can either say algae blooms or algal. Maybe algae is better for the general public.
Yeah, I don't know the word you're using. You
Oh,
scientists.
yeah, no, that's fine. Just, yeah, instead of harmful algae blooms, just change it to algae blooms just to be a little bit more generic.
And get rid of other pets?
Why is pet waste harmful for the environment? All right. I don't want to, I don't know, argue is a strong word, but I don't want to argue over whether or not there's been a harmful algal bloom in Southborough.
It's fine. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say harmful algal blooms can affect wildlife and pets. Although I don't know if we want to encourage. I mean, we know people let their dogs swim in places, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Right.
I think that that's fine.
Wildlife and pets, not.
Does it help when we list other locations to kind of spread the, like we kind of share that Ashland and Hopkinton and Callahan all have dog walking options to take your pup? Does that help the whole?
I'm back to why are we saying where is dog walking allowed? It's not my job as a steward of Breakneck Hill to tell people.
As
where
the
to
Trails
walk their
Committee,
dog.
am asking the Stewardship Committee to work with us. We're asking the Stewardship Committee to partner with us and help us spread the message around town about all of the land and where dogs can go. So I think that's the link. So I get that the Stewardship Committee has a very specific charge. So I guess that's where I'm asking the committee, would there be room to help?
Okay, so just so I can explain why I find I'm a little passionate about this. We allow dog walking at Breakneck Hill. We know it is non-compatible with the conservation goals we're trying to encourage there. Even if they picked up all the dog waste, they're not picking up any of the dog pee, and there's definite consequences. We know that people don't take care of their dogs, and increasing, dog walkers there. People come there, and I would say I'm not concerned about advertising getting more people to Breakneck Hill. That parking lot is full all the time. It is well used, and I'm not trying to keep people from using it or finding out about the property, but I think our goal for me would be more, it's conservation land. And my goal would be to get people there for the conservation values, not to walk their dogs. And we know that the dogs run through the fields and chase the birds. I've seen them chasing stuff in the grassland bird area. They jump on people. It's not every dog, and they're welcome there, but I don't think we have to promote it. And that's my point. Where you're saying to help the Trails Committee, that is in effect, though, inviting more dogs to Breakneck Hill, which is damaging Breakneck Hill. That's the difference. You're not seeing the other side of it.
I see both sides of it. I'm clear on that. I just, because dog walking is permitted, and it's part of the campaign, and where you can't and where you can is just a natural flow. So is there a way we can rephrase this that doesn't say where you can, but we're saying where dog walking is permitted, you should be doing these things?
I think that's the best way to do it. Just say where dog walking is allowed, throughout town, dogs must always be under the control of their owners, must be, how do we have it? Under the control of their owners, and their
Yeah.
waste picked up and properly disposed of.
So is the suggestion to remove Town Forest, Templeman, Watkins Woods, that needs permission anyway, Breakneck Hill, off of this document?
To say dog walking is allowed there, that's my preference. I'm not,
I think, you know, I see both sides as well. And I appreciate the point about we want people to come enjoy the property. But we also want the conservation mission to be achieved. So to me, that's a nice balance. There's wherever you walk your dog, you have to do these things. And it does make this document more singularly purposed in terms of educating about where you can't and why that matters.
and I wanted to share another situation too, because as Melissa was talking about, everyone thinks all the conservation land is everywhere, right? It's the perception that happens with people. And putting Breakneck Hill on a document about where dogs aren't allowed to be walked on the reservoir land, even though it's saying where they're allowed to be placed, just having the two associated, I'm very worried about it. Because people start saying, oh, you can't walk your dogs at Breakneck Hill, you can't do this, you can't do that. For that reason, I wanted to keep the two separate.
Can I point out that I was on the town website and looking at this information about dogs. This messaging on control of your dog and dog waste is not on the license application for dogs, nor did I find it on the landing page where you go on the town website before you click through. So I do think that this page is important and educational. And I just wanted to make that point because I was kind of astounded that the existing forms to apply for a dog license don't already give owners the heads up about this very fundamental requirement that not every community has about cleaning up after your dog.
So wouldn't it be, as part of this campaign, wise to make sure that gets added to the official dog licensing area? And also at that point to say dogs are not allowed on the reservoir trails, or to abide by where dogs are and aren't allowed? Because
I think
some
it's
people may
important to
not
have it
know.
on the application, but this is also important to have as a separate insert.
I'm not
because
saying
an
not to do this,
application
I'm saying
gets
Joyce
submitted.
brought up that it's not there. I said, wouldn't it be wise to get it there as well?
Absolutely, and I think we'd talked about it too, and it can certainly be part as like a phase 2 type thing, because I think the conversation was, we have a lot of different moving pieces. So I think the bylaw should be listed on the application as well, so that people can go get informed. So we can add that to the list of long-term sustainable ways this project is going to benefit Southborough.
Yeah, I guess with the discussion, I guess I am starting to think it's not necessary to specifically call out where people can walk their dogs. The handout is supposed to be about, I mean, I think the main point of the handout is supposed to be about dog waste and maintaining control of dogs. So I think we can get away with talking about the rules in most property, most public open space properties in Southborough, which is maintaining control of your dog and disposing of dog waste properly. And we can mention where dog walking is prohibited. And I think maybe it would be better to beef up the why pet waste is harmful to the environment section to kind of fill this out more.
Yeah. And if it could also explain why you can't walk on the reservoir trail because it's drinking water supply.
It is in there. It's in the second paragraph, the drinking water supply.
How about this? They just take this off. Leave the town forest. We welcome dogs there. And we list Templeman Woods.
Why are you bringing dogs there? There's vernal pools, there's wetlands, there's no way to get in there without,
So we can't list any property that allows dogs. And I have a difficult time with a campaign that has a hole in it. I just feel like we're just like leading them to a certain point and then dropping them off. And
I think,
Don't you think people just assume they can take their dogs anywhere unless they actually investigate and then find out that they can't?
yeah, and I don't know anyone who can't find, we're talking about and I think you'll be surprised to find, maybe not surprised, but I can't believe that Salt is going to want to advertise their lands as dog walking land. I know they had conversations in the past on how could you prohibit dogs. So, that was a different board in a different day, but it's.
I like to think of this as we're talking about revising it as more singularly purpose. And I totally understand the weirdness about not saying where they can, but if the campaign is about scoop the poop and educate about that, I do think this sheet can say at the bottom, instead of asking the question where is dog walking allowed, it just can say something, where dog walking is allowed, do these three things. It could be, in italics and big print on the bottom side, where dog walking is allowed, keep the dog under your control, clean up and properly dispose.
So the other thing, we are aware that people walk their dogs on sidewalks and down streets.
yes.
Are we putting that in?
It'd be great if we could.
So I'm just saying that, what I believe we signed up for was to talk about dog waste. It was a dog waste scoop the poop campaign. And, unfortunately, this conversation should have happened a long time ago and didn't. You can put this up, but
I'm just saying it was listed in the grant application specifically.
okay, so
People
the
about.
first time I saw it was the other day. So that's a problem. So I don't think that's a good place to go.
Okay, so we're dog walking is allowed. Keep dogs under control. And remove and properly dispose of all dog waste. Secret
Maybe get
places.
rid of the secret places.
Oh, you don't like that? I like that.
I think we can, I think that it will be a great insert even without that piece, Kat.
Thank you. Are we comfortable with the way the rest of it reads, or how would we like to change it?
Well, I think we didn't settle on anything for the opening paragraph. So I'm wondering, do we,
What if you just cut it out?
yeah, I was just going to say, why not start with most of Southborough's in a protected watershed? We're telling the story, or even lead with, you know, the Watershed Protection Act governs the land use and prohibits dog walking in watershed properties. Most of Southborough is in such property. Could sort of put that end as the topic sentence on that second paragraph and lead with that.
There's only
Yes,
one.
I would prefer not to lead with a regulation, and I
Oh,
prefer
okay.
not to lead with something negative. Like one of the things that we had mentioned is like wanting to make sure our signage is welcoming. So is there a way we can achieve that?
Well, can we, yeah, instead of specifically, I mean, talking about like, you can't walk dogs at, you know, the DCR land. I mean, it still remains true that we are in a protected watershed. So maybe we can say this in a way that inspires people to, you know, take better care of the environment, because
Be proud of it. Yeah.
yeah.
And yeah, I agree.
So maybe that existing opening sentence of most of Southborough's in a protected watershed is just right.
So this is not, this is supplemental information, right? Is what it says. This isn't about being welcoming. That's the messaging at Breakneck Hill, right?
I want all messaging coming from this campaign to be welcoming. I don't want to become the dog, you know, the prohibitors. We're trying to share information in a positive manner.
I
And
think
like
that is
Jenny,
positive. We're in a protected watershed. It's drinking water supply. We're, you know, there's nothing negative about that.
Mhm.
We're
Right.
giving, and this is information giving. It's not, and I don't mean that it's not to be negative and versus, I mean, like the welcoming, it's just a different message on this, where you have rules here is different. This is the campaign, right? We're giving information on, you're not saying dogs are welcome to walk on the watershed land. So you're giving them positive information on why not, in a positive way.
I think it's okay to say why. So I like the first paragraph, and I'm not trying to stick to just what it is, but it's like a nice intro. It's like, while we welcome dogs on properties in Southborough, there's some places you can't walk dogs. And the reasons are conservation land, trails and wildlife and stuff like that. We want to keep them and protect them. What exactly is wrong? And then we say, you know, keeping your dog under control at all times and removing dog waste. Like the first paragraph, if nothing else was read, really brings home the message. Is it because it says welcome, while dogs are welcome on some properties, and that leads us to believe that people are, yeah, why is that?
You didn't differentiate clearly. It got mixed up there. Dogs are welcome on select properties, right?
But nothing is mixed up about that. It just says you're going to have to ask yourself the question of which properties am I allowed to have a dog on? And then we clarify later on. Like, and we're not saying, we even took out Breakneck Hill, so it's now a secret. They're going to have to go seek and find where they can walk their dogs.
I don't
But we
think we can
definitely,
tell, I don't,
go ahead.
it's not a secret. We just don't have to be, this isn't what I signed up for. We signed up for a dog waste campaign. I didn't come out to tell people to come bring your dog to Breakneck Hill. And I'm just adamantly opposed to that. And I think the problem with up here, it says there are some properties that prohibit dogs to protect conservation. Maybe if you said values, but our conservation land, Breakneck Hill Conservation Land allows dogs, and that doesn't make it clear to me. Yeah, some conservation lands, the DCR land doesn't, but doesn't say, you know, if you, it mixes up to me, it's a jumble.
We could come up with maybe an entirely new, different opening, something like Southborough has, you know, Southborough is the proud home of many dog owners or something, you know, just something kind of neutral to positive. You know, Southborough has many dog lovers in town. Here's some important information we want to make sure dog owners know. I mean, just to go in an entirely different direction.
Okay, so this is only one little aspect of it, and we were going to go live this week for the campaign. So sounds like we need some more work on this. We don't need this to go live this week because this is supposed to go into the dog license, so we can spend another month working on it. Does that work if we just switch gears?
And make some changes and get it back in front of people?
Yep.
I think the same concept is going to come up over and over again from the documents I saw, isn't it?
Yes, definitely the pieces about identifying places to walk dogs in particular.
Okay, so what would we like to do then?
Well, why don't we, so for this one, I think we have some good constructive things we can do to revise and bring this back. Why don't we turn to another document and flag what might need further attention?
Okay, so maybe we should back up and I should just introduce the concept of what we were trying to accomplish, which was a dog waste education and outreach campaign that spanned 1 to 3 months. So now we're in a 6-week period where we want to wrap up by Earth Day or the last week in April. So we have 6 weeks left in that time frame. So the proposal on the table is, can we come up with the language? Can we come up with our weekly blurbs that we're going to be sending out on different avenues, different outreach channels and partners? Can we come up with that language so we can go live? So the idea is we review the social media blurb, you know, we put that out. We have a web page text. Are we comfortable, you know, going through some of that so that we can actually start getting the word out and you know, move forward.
I was surprised when I saw this because it was
Freddie,
I thought the campaign, this is a bigger campaign than I had I never envisioned this. And the fact that, you know, we're here where we are with a committee that hasn't reviewed, we reviewed the signs, but this is all first time look and discuss. And to think we're coming out with this level of a complicated, complex campaign and, you know, just going to turn it over like that, I don't think it's realistic. So I'd like to think to make the goals met that have to be met, you know, why can't we spread it out longer on the other side?
Because I never envisioned that. The grant cycle, although it doesn't have a finite date, we've shared with John Warren, the trustees, that the point of contact, that we would be finishing this up around Earth Day in 2020.
So we never,
And-
again, you know, we're running, work with me here because we're running into some problems. We're here, the first time we're reviewing this material is the end of March, right? What's today's date?
Mid-March, yeah.
And it's not fair to the Trails Committee, to you, Kat, who's worked so hard on this, and Joyce, but to the Stewardship Committee to say we have to have this and approve this all tonight when it's the first time we've ever looked at it and discussed it. We went through the signs. That's what I was, what I thought you were going off for a PR campaign was to announce that we were starting the poop fairy campaign at, you know, come for a walk that day. I had, this here took my breath away, and not in a good way when I saw it. I had no idea. Totally shocked by this.
So
I mean, I think it would be good to go ahead and, well, how many, so there are a bunch of pages of materials. I mean, I think we did talk about them doing some outreach, some social media blurbs.
This has whole new material that we've never discussed for the content. That's a problem for me.
I thought that's what our meeting was for, to discuss our content. So is there an, help me understand the crux of the problem is it's too much information to digest tonight. Is that what I hear?
I wouldn't mind starting to do something, but I mean, the first document we looked at, we had a long discussion and we're not done with it. And now it says there's composting and managing waste. We never talked about composting.
Where we even know, we took all of that out.
I'm looking at what was on the screen here, what you just
Where's
had up there.
composting? Am I missing?
Oh, I thought we took all the composting
I
stuff.
thought we did too. We didn't.
I just saw it in red on my screen. It's gone now. I don't know what page it was on.
Is there a page
So-
above this?
Oh,
maybe.
there it is.
Yeah. Look, it's gone.
So funny music skits. I don't know anything about that. And then there was someplace else that said materials from other places. We haven't looked at any of that. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I sent it, and I mean, we're all busy, so we probably didn't have a lot of time. It would have been great to get it, folks, earlier. But yeah, so these video clips are sample, you know, possible blurbs that we can use. And so a lot of other communities have this problem, and they've developed nice videos, and it's vetted through municipalities. So those are one reason why those communities were chosen, and in an effort to help identify, you know, video courtesy of Durham, North Carolina, for example. And I think we mentioned this up here as a way to the material shared throughout the campaign or sourced from others.
you keep
promoting
saying
the
we.
same message.
I'm sorry, but you keep saying we.
What do you mean? When did I say we? When talking about the campaign, we?
Yeah. I
Would
just
you like me
want
to say I?
we are looking at this now.
Okay.
I don't recall talking about sourcing material from other resources. If we're going to do that, it's a conversation we're having now. And we're talking, I mean, remember years ago, we talked about doing the bark, you know, the, whatever that campaign you guys went to.
Park ranger.
I mean, we went through that material before. I'm not comfortable that we're starting this big campaign week one and we're putting out this, all this information I've never seen.
So,
I may be the only one who feels that the committee should review what we're putting out under our name
I
before.
thought that's what we were doing here tonight, is reviewing. I thought by sending it out on Saturday night, Saturday evening and or afternoon, and then following up on Sunday morning. Thank you, Joyce, for sending that information, that gave people a little bit of time to review some stuff and come with questions. So yeah, I don't, so I guess.
well, we're definitely hearing questions. I think so people have enough time to review
Yeah.
to identify questions. But
I'm getting a little uncomfortable that we're not going to meet the objectives of the grant, and that will jeopardize any future grant applications that we ever put in with choke fund. And so I'd like to address how we
Well,
work.
didn't you say there was no end line?
I'm not comfortable saying there's no end date. I mean, a year is a reasonable time frame to execute grant application, unless there was a specific, they issue them annually. So understanding that a grant application probably will be done within a year unless there's a special consideration I'm pretty comfortable with that assumption. We would obviously have to double check.
This is supposed to be going out over multiple weeks. It seems like we can at least look at a number of these and be able to perhaps, okay, like this first one, week 1 content seems pretty generic and just like an introduction to the campaign. It seems like we could perhaps get through a number of these and be able to have some material that could be released. I mean, we could decide if we need to meet perhaps sooner than, we typically do to be able to review some more material. We perhaps might have to do every other week if we can't agree on, enough material to get us through the next few weeks. But it seems like we could start to review some of it and see how much we could get done tonight.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So we have the first social media intro blurb.
Yep. So the concept is we have to introduce the program in some way. And so we would introduce it by, say, for example, posting. Joyce on behalf of Stewardship would post on ShareCare page. Kat would post on Trails. And we have other people lined up, the library, recreation, Vanessa with the town, ready to do alerts, conservation.
Is it all the same message every time?
No, it's a themed message. So that's the concept, is what the content below week 1, week 2. So there's different videos that highlight different issues. Some of it's similar and redundant, but that's kind of the idea of the campaign, is you're really bringing home the message, but you're doing it with different videos and different tidbits.
So just so I understand, in week 1, it's a theme and we're putting out like 5 different messages that we have to decide tonight.
Not 5. So the one intro, right? We have the intro, we have a web page because we're sending people to a web page to get more information, right? So we have a landing page. And then the content would be a couple days later, you post a blurb, right? So we're saying, stay tuned for more information coming your way. And then we keep rolling the message forward for 6 weeks is the proposed plan.
Let's go to the rolling the message forward. You said you're posting on Trails, Joyce is posting on Share and Care, Vanessa sending stuff out, Rex sending stuff out. I'm assuming conservation. Are they all sending the same message out in week 1, the exact same thing? Or are we reviewing 5 different things in the first week? That's all I want to know.
Yes and no, right? So what we're doing is we can't burden recreation to do 4 messages in a week, or the library. So I've scrolled back up to the schedule to kind of give us a sense of how this might work. So for example, week 1, we would do a conservation e-alert. the Trails Facebook page, so the Southborough Share and Care, Recreation Library, maybe others as approved. Then week
So my
two,
question again, are all of those in that week one the same
Yes,
message?
it would
or are
be
they
the
all
same-
sending a different message?
no, it's not a different message. It's reaching
The
different.
exact same thing, only same thing coming from 4 different sources.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's different than having to be reviewed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is. So in each week, only one message is going out.
There's multiple messages in a week. But not every channel is going to send everything, right?
So you're saying the library might post one and Trails might, or whatever, Trails might post one, the library might post two, someone else might post three.
Right.
But they're not
So-
rotating, they're all new every week, so we have to review them all before they go out
Right.
tonight.
And so the proposed weekly schedule is what's here, and all of the videos are different here.
I'm just saying, no matter how wonderful this is, and it looks like a ton of work went into it, you know, I think you're gonna burn people out. It just seems like a way too much.
We can certainly scale back.
But go back up to the top again, okay? So let's go through 1 week and see, and give you that, okay? Would that?
Oh, you
would
mean
that-
content?
Yeah, so the landing page, it said insert something, right? Because I remember reading what you had written for us, and I had some. So again, what we already went through, right? It says, click here to learn more.
Yeah. So this would
'Cause
go
everything here
to,
sounds good. So where does this bring us? It says a new web page. So now the stewardship committee is getting a new web page we have to look at now. That would be the first thing to look at, right?
right, and that's what this website means. It should be say, it should say
Okay, so this
webpage.
here, I would,
I think to be consistent with what we said last time, that second sentence would be, the focus of this campaign is to promote awareness about the importance of picking up dog waste. Period, for stewardship. Like to just put period, then the 6-week initiative.
so here's the problem, right? And just one thing, right? Is the Trails Committee really doing a scoop the poop? Because you don't allow dogs on your trails. What trails do you have where they scoop the poop?
It's a joint venture, so we are encompassing all people who have dogs and walking dogs, and there's sidewalks. There's all sorts of things that you need to pick up your poop. So it doesn't matter that Trails Committee doesn't have trails that dogs can walk on. We're trying to bring a good thing to the town through the Choke Fund grant and through a partnership with Stewardship. That was the objective.
Yeah. So lessons learned.
I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, but I do have to leave right now.
Thanks, Bella.
Thanks, Bella.
Yeah, sorry, it's a bad time.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks.
Can you clarify lessons learned?
We should have been doing this a year ago. Right? So it's just, we're here where we are today, that's all.
Yeah, and I recognize my contribution to that being not available for many months, that, you know, put us in this position. But
It's not
maybe
just your fault, Joyce. You know, we knew this was coming up, and I don't know. I thought it was the sign campaign and the poop fairy campaign, really. And then the trail signs in the town forest. I just really didn't know this was this
You didn't
level.
know it as wonderful as it was, as
Yeah.
deep
didn't.
and complex.
well, I think
And I
we
feel like I'm being the big Grinch here, but in my defense, right, this is an awful lot to go through getting this Saturday with this level of I mean, this is a really deep dive into, you know, I don't feel, I feel like I sound too negative, but I don't feel this is fair to me right now. I have a lot of other stuff going on, and, I'd love to make this work, but, this has to be done tonight. This is a lot, and you must have spent a huge amount of effort, and I really want to honor that, but I just don't see 6 weeks of this level of this many people putting all this information out, and I haven't had the chance to look at any of it until I spent a lot of time on this.
Well, so we can try and plow through a little bit more. We can take the feedback we've gotten and make some revisions and try and queue up another meeting as soon as possible. We can't do that without some delay on this, but I do think that the review and support, obviously we need the review to be able to proceed.
So can we maybe try to get through the first week
Yeah,
and then see where you stand and then decide what you want to do? Because maybe I'll just do the first week and then step off.
so I had just suggested, and I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen, so I'm not sure if that was a change that Kat made, but I was suggesting that if this website is specific to the stewardship website, then to promote awareness about the importance of picking up dog waste, period. And then the 6-week initiative is fine. And then the stewardship committee, I would substitute the word manages instead of supports the conservation commission and overseeing. And just say manages Breakneck Hill and the town forest. And then because of the earlier conversation,
So
we should probably change that language there too.
can I say this?
Yeah.
This is it's a joint project, but this is our
Webpage.
and I think, so I don't want to be like it's a collaborative project, yes, but I don't know that the message is the same on both websites, is it?
It's not. It's similar, but it doesn't,
Okay,
not the exact same, no.
so if we're managing Breakneck Hill Conservation Land and Town Forest on our website, not going out to everybody, right? Not a handout.
Right.
You don't say dog walking is not allowed on the Sudbury Reservoir Trail. That has nothing to do with us. But you could say dog walking is allowed at Breakneck Hill, you have to obey. I mean, isn't that our message, or am I mixing it up there?
Oh, because this isn't going out everywhere. It's only people who come here to this website.
Except we're driving them there with a click here to learn more type thing. So that's the consistent messaging.
Is it going out? Are flyers going out?
No, but if this
Is
social
all
media,
of the information coming through our webpage?
The click here to learn more goes to stewardship, not trails.
correct.
Where does the social media blurb go?
On
Does
Facebook.
Trails have its own social media blurb?
Yeah, we do.
I don't need to look at that. That's their
Well,
Oh,
I have it
Yeah.
here for transparency purposes because it's very similar and we would basically have, actually, no, I think,
How isn't that going to be confusing to people? Where you're putting the different blurbs out on social media?
yeah, actually
The
now
share and care get one of each.
share and care would get stewardships because it was very clearly made that you didn't want to confuse the lines. So we had nominated Joyce to be the poster on the Southborough Care and Share page, and that would link to the stewardship. And for example, the Trails Committee would link to the Trails Committee page because that's very clearly our purview. So it's not confusing because they both have two different messages, but similar messages. The similar messages, if you poop, you got to scoop. And if you have dogs, you're going to take care of them. But if you're on trails, you can't have your dogs here. But if you're in stewardship, it's a secret.
Will you please stop saying that? Because
I
I
apologize.
find it offensive.
I don't know how else to articulate it because it's a glaring hole.
It's glaring to me. It's glaring the other way. And if I said sarcastic things about what you're trying to make your point, then you wouldn't feel happy either. It's too difficult. I need to go. I'm too upset. Why don't the rest of you just plan what you want? And
we
just,
won't have quorum after
Yeah.
your,
I mean, you can't just sit there and be secret spots. That's just not, that's not,
I apologize. I'm frustrated too, Freddie. I apologize.
but I'm not saying mean things to you.
I apologize.
Writing them on the screen.
so, you know, that maybe we can get through this, this first week content and try and find some common ground. And I know we're all trying to be our best selves amidst frustration, recognizing that this is a campaign that we all care about. And I do believe that common ground is achievable. I believe that everybody is not going to get everything. Like each of us individually will not get every aspect of this campaign that we want or don't want, but we will find common ground, and we will find common ground that will give us a campaign that we feel really proud of. And that will make a difference and people will be talking about, especially, you know, the appreciation from, we know there's a concern about dog poop in town because it comes up.
Yes, we know people are looking for something like this, and I think they will appreciate some leadership.
Yeah. So if it means scaling it back a little bit, if it means that we don't all get every piece we want, then that doesn't mean we still don't land on a powerful and welcome campaign. So,
And just to be clear, my point on some of it was not even scaling it back, but giving us the time it takes to review what we're putting out under our name as a committee.
Understood. Thank you for it. Thank you. And thank
So-
you for that. So that second sentence, so just to be clear, the social media intro blurb, for example, at the top of the page that I would be posting if it's approved to Southborough Share and Care would link to Stewardship's page. The social media post that Kat would be posting to the Trails page would link to the
Trails page, right?
Trails page. Yes.
And then
So-
with other outreach partners, we just have to kind of decide how we want to divide that message, right? Some of the message will be for stewardship, some of the message will be for trails.
So just moving on to some edits, it sounded like there was more comfort with, because this is now a stewardship page, the stewardship website, to say, and I'm not saying there is more comfort, I'm really asking, dog walking is allowed at the town forest and Breakneck Hill as long as dogs stay on the trails, are under control of their owners, and waste is picked up. And probably
And when you say stay on the trails, it needs to say at all times.
at all times, okay.
It
That's
just needs to say that.
at all times. And then I would say, in light of what we were saying earlier about not sharing the other resources, to cross out there are also nearby places.
Where is that?
Oh, you already took it out.
Oh, I took the whole paragraph, yeah.
And the,
You were saying?
And then the next two paragraphs on the screen are really about educating about dog waste, educating about stewardship, and I guess the watershed stuff maybe is better on the trails page.
wait, don't cut that out yet. Can you
Okay.
move it up and? Well, I'm going to say that Breakneck, the watershed language is a little bit confusing because okay, so where it says the Sudbury Reservoir is a backup drinking water supply for millions of people, right? Both Breakneck Hill, I don't know about the town forest, so Breakneck Hill drains directly into the Sudbury Reservoir,
I confirmed
the
that.
Class A drinking water supply. I'm not sure about the town forest, if that
It's
goes to the
not.
Sudbury River, right? It's a different watershed, sub-watershed.
So this is the watershed line. If you see my screen, I
Yeah.
talked to DCR. So
Yeah.
most of Breakneck Hill is in the watershed, but most of the town forest is not, with the exception of some of the SB.
Yeah, I know this from my old river work. So if you go back to the comment there, you can say Breakneck Hill Conservation Land is in the Sudbury Reservoir watershed and drains directly into the drinking water supply for 1.3 million people. You don't have to say Boston or however many million it is nowadays. It used to be 1.3. And when it says a protected watershed, I think the language we used to use is or I'm familiar with, is something like a Class A drinking water supply.
That sounds jargony for our purposes. Like people
What does
don't.
a protected watershed mean? It doesn't
Well,
mean
that's also,
anything.
I
to
mean,
me.
I guess that's also jargony, but like
It's not
Class A-
jargony, it means nothing. People don't even know what a watershed is for the most part, since we got rid of the watershed initiative. What is a protected watershed? Means
Yeah,
nothing to
also
most people.
Well, you can just say it's located in a protected watershed, meaning all water, all water draining from BHCL eventually, there's too many drains in here, but drains to the Sudbury Reservoir, which is a backup drinking water supply for millions of people.
Yeah, so you could make it shorter by leaving out protected watershed, but go ahead, go with it. Maybe they'll learn.
No, I think that's good, because I think it conveys
Okay.
some significance.
The difference is when it got confusing before, is you have a protected watershed that then there's protected DCR land, which is different. You can walk dog here, but not there. And I think that's what I was trying to say in that first sentence of the other document that got confusing. You know, so you can walk your dogs here, but it's still, you know.
How about just all water draining from the BHCL property or leaving the BHCL property drains to the Sudbury Reservoir, which is a blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good, which is a backup drinking water supply for millions of people.
And
How
you
many
can get
million at
out
this
and you can
point?
get rid of the protected watershed part.
Yeah, because I think it just gets confusing.
Yeah, you can just delete some, Kat. You have your stuff already.
Do we need to have that it governs all land uses and stuff? For us, I don't think it's necessary.
I think you're right. I think that this sentence is part of, I think it could become the new last sentence after the 1,000 pounds of dog waste up above.
I think and if it hasn't been made elsewhere, because I can't really, this is kind of hard to read. Like, everything that happens on the land seeps down into the water that leaves the land. I mean, I don't know if that people don't get that. Right? Because people say, well, that's the water. Do they get the connection? Is there a place that it makes direct connection between the poop and the water? Dog waste lands in the water.
Yeah, I think that moving this new sentence to make it its own sort of paragraph after the pounds of dog waste, like all water on Breakneck Hill Conservation Land drains, I forget, like
Drains
Drains
into the Sudbury Reservoir.
Yeah. So like it's
Dog
kind of
waste
saying
decomposes
the danger is
into-
real. The danger is real.
Yeah, that's a good line. Dog waste decomposes and ends up in the water table that drains directly to the reservoir. But that's only one component of it. Our messaging will say more. We don't have to say it all here, right? This is a landing.
Yeah.
People aren't going to read it anyhow, because if it's too long.
Right.
Wait,
But
so
then-
I did like moving the last sentence up to, I think, at the end of the 1,000 pounds sentence.
In the same paragraph.
I think so. The
Yeah.
Southborough requires dog owners to remove and properly dispose of dog waste.
Yeah. And then the last paragraph was just more.
Can I ask, when we say this is our webpage, this is the landing webpage for this campaign, not for the stewardship committee and everything we do, right?
It's just a page of a website.
In the website, in the stewardship website. And then the next paragraph was just some other information of interest about what it is that we do. And mentions the pollinator stuff and
The last sentence doesn't work for me.
we can cross it out.
I mean, I don't know how else you would write it, but
Yeah, I was trying to make that point, and because I like that point, but it's hard to make it kind of fluidly and elegantly. It felt clunky, but we can just take it out.
I think what we've used in the past was something that the stewards worked hard to manage non-compatible uses, and that's why we invite people to, why public is invited and welcomed on the trails, but for the conservation value, they need to stay on the trails. But I don't know how to say it, so you could just skip it.
Just skip it. And if we come up with some lovely language, we can add it another time.
Yeah, and then, like, is anyone saying, why do I have to stay on the trails?
No one's asking us.
No, they're either ripping up flat signs or they're not asking. I think most people stay on the trails for the most part.
And the last sentence would be, do we still want the click here to review the bylaw?
What bylaw?
The dog poop bylaw.
Where are you?
Oh, it's on the next page.
So
Oh, no, it's gone. Oh, well, that's all right.
It's in
the
the
click here
third
to
paragraph. It's in the bottom of the third paragraph.
yeah.
The
Sorry.
green.
Oh, yep. Sorry. I missed.
Why not
it.
have that as the last? And I like the link to the,
So I would
Yeah.
actually, I would suggest getting rid of the last paragraph because this is just the dog waste page, right? Isn't that?
yeah, I would
I
agree
mean,
with
that-
Jenny.
Okay. I can.
And then perhaps we can move this last sentence up into this other paragraph.
Oh, I thought we already did that.
How about we is it possible? Well, maybe not the danger is real thing, but that sentence, maybe that could be the beginning of the last paragraph. Because we're talking about managing Breakneck Hill and Town Forest. People have to pick up dog poop. And then how about any, sorry, maybe that's not quite the right spot. Maybe move it to the end of the paragraph before that.
I don't think it works there. Actually, you need to, I think that second sentence in the second paragraph should just begin with dog, not while. Maybe that all water leaving works as a second sentence after dog waste can have adverse effects.
Sure.
Because the adverse effects one is a nice short topic sentence, and then and then we're like pulling that theme.
Is this even enough for a web page? Do we need a web page? Maybe we don't.
Yeah, I think it's enough. I think where else would it go?
Maybe we don't need a web page. We just.
Why can't we have, so this is our webpage for the campaign. Why wouldn't we have it on our webpage? And then you can put a picture of the sign. Change it out.
No poop fairy sign.
Yeah,
Although I guess we don't, well,
we don't what?
no, I guess that graphic is created already.
Yes, those things are already created.
What was the point of sending people here?
More
To introduce them
information.
to the campaign.
I don't think there is a point anymore. It was to have a landing page for, for the information. That's all. it was more information. So it was, because a social media blurb is short, small, and that's even a lot for social media, what we have here. So it was a place to expand the purpose of the program.
I mean, it does provide the link to the bylaw.
We can add more later if we need to. My experience is people don't read long documents and I write them.
Can I take a quick bathroom break?
Yes.
I know that means we will not have quorum, but
What time do we get shut off at a certain time?
Nope,
Who said no?
Melissa.
Can someone else shut us down so you can leave? Is that something we can manage for you, Melissa, or are you finding this fascinating?
No, I'll probably tag out in a little bit, and I think whoever defaults as the host should be fine.
I'm comfortable punting this and just not finishing tonight.
Okay, because it'll continue to record, so I'll probably drop out in a little bit.
I mean, and I'm talking to the committee too, like I'm comfortable just not continuing the conversation.
Not trying to get anything done tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we need to take more time with it and review it, and nobody wants to work under pressure, so we can wait until.
But we're working right now, getting this done. This is one thing.
Yeah,
And
I
then
feel like we're making progress.
our goal was to get through week 1.
So is this week, week 1, or is next week, week 1?
I would
And-
suggest next week becomes week 1.
So then, I mean, will we meet in early April to do the rest, or do we have to take a break between the information exchange?
I mean, let's, we need to wait for
Jenny to get back.
Jenny to get back really before we can't really be talking about this.
I'm back.
Oh, wow, you're fast. Just to finish out on this webpage, I think now that it is important for dog owners sentence would follow like the order of that paragraph. Dog waste can have adverse effects. All water leaving drains in it, which is a backup drinking water supply. Dog waste contains harmful. It just seems like we could just do a little bit more there to make that the order of those sentences fluid.
So we talk about dog waste containing harmful bacteria and making people sick and being carried out in water supplies by rain and snowmelt. All water leaving Breakneck Hill properly drains, leaving the property drains into the Sudbury Reservoir. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that that's pretty good. Yeah. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's good.
Do we still have Freddie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
I was swallowing some water. Yeah, so are we finished with this?
I mean, I thought it looked good for that. Yeah.
So week 1, part 1. Is that correct? Did we just finish that?
Website and the blurb. Or are you guys comfortable with the blurb? Did you read it?
I read it.
Leave it there for 1 second. We can, for right now,
I think that's good.
well, instead of being specific over the next 6 weeks, if we're not sure about that,
Oh yeah, over the coming weeks.
yeah. That gives you a little breathing room, us breathing room.
And then maybe cross out the materials shared. I know that was something in particular Kat inserted for me because I felt weird about the other communities, but if those other community messages get approved, we can just acknowledge it on another way. And then just please watch this space to, I don't know, maybe learn about the campaign.
Learn best practices.
I like the danger of improper disposal.
Can you do Control Z, Kat?
What does that do?
ZCAT? What's a ZCAT?
Oh, Control Z is just to undo. No, I think we liked some of that. I think most of it. Please watch the space to learn about best practices for managing dog waste and the danger of improper disposal.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And the link to learn more is what?
So when I post it, it goes to Stewardship. When Kat posts it on the Facebook Trails, it goes to Trails.
I think. Okay, never mind.
No, please, what were you thinking?
Is there value in saying, click here to learn more about the Stewardship Committee? Click here to learn more about the trails, something to identify it, because what if people are at both places? Will they get confused? Where am I? If this is the same, is this the same for both?
Is this the intro blurb the same for both? Is that the question?
Yeah,
When you get to the webpage, is it pretty clear that you're in the Stewardship pages? Yes,
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
I think so too. If people don't read carefully the click here stuff. They just either click or they move on.
Yeah.
Okay, what else can we look at for week 1?
Content. So say Monday is the day we blast our blurb, right? So then we have proposals for 1, 2, 3 more posts that week.
that just seems like a lot to me, but it's 3 different posts that week.
Yeah.
But it's from different organizations, you're saying?
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah, I'm not against it. We want to do it. I mean,
Would 1 other post a week be, like doing 2 a week, be satisfactory to the committee? Spaced out by a day or 2.
I'll add at
I
least
mean,
in this.
I think you've put a lot of work into this, which is just amazing. Like, are you going to be able, I guess, are you going to be able to manage, isn't there going to be a lot of communications to send send the material to whoever's posting? Like there's some outside groups too, right?
The blurbs are done. That's what this is. So it's literally a copy and paste, and they've already been contacted and asked
Okay.
to be outreach partners.
Yeah, I was just gonna reiterate essentially what Kat says, at least from the staff side, to post, one thing that we kind of know is going to be coming eventually isn't a lot of time to dedicate to put them up. So having the multiple posts come from multiple people is actually lessening the impact of work that Kat and employees are doing, if that makes sense.
Understand that.
Because it's spread, you have multiple messages, but not everyone is sharing all the messages. So it's like, I'll do one and I only do one overall, or I only do one a week. And it's spread out that 4 messages get out, but only, one department had to share one thing.
Yeah.
So your touches are increased. So that's what you want to do when you do a campaign, is you want to have your multiple touches. So by having slightly different messaging and being shared by different people, people start to see the congruency of, oh, there's other things going around with different departments, and there's a common theme going around. So people then begin to start to search for the campaign as a whole because they've seen it on, 1 or 2 different social media sites.
Oh, which reminds me of our hashtag.
Yeah, let's do the hashtag. That might be easier than anything we do all night, although let's surprise me. So these are some hashtags on the screen on the bottom of page 3 that Joyce came up with. I think I might have added one.
So how do you even use hashtags? Like, why do you put so many? Why don't you just have one?
Oh, you do just have one. These are options for us to choose from, and they do recommend only having one. And I actually
I
looked
see
it
people
up.
put like 10 of them, and I'm like, so which one are you following? What does it mean?
Right. And so they recommend doing one or 2, keeping it light. And then really it's just a way of, like, if you search for that, you can find it in social media. So I always used to think it had to do.
Scoops, I'm looking for ice cream, guys.
No,
Yeah.
I think the one that's in yellow is probably the best.
Yeah, I think so too.
Sobo scoops the poop.
Me
Or
too.
I mean, do people really refer to us as Sobo?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've sometimes it's, you can.
people
put
know
the
what
full
it
name.
means.
Yeah,
Okay.
they do, I think.
The share and
I
care
agree.
used to be Sobo shares and cares, or Sobo something. Parents
Okay.
shares, something like that.
So it might not get a lot of traction, but it's kind of a fun thing to do at the end of it.
It makes us cool.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
like
'cause
the
I don't
yellow
want
one.
people joking about, don't they call, isn't there like a place that's some scoops and it's an ice cream place?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you have to have the poop on the bottom back of it.
So Sobo scoops the poop. It would go at the end of the first social media blurb. It could go on the website. It could just go like always.
goes
So that's okay. So if I'm me, right, and I don't know how to use these hashtags, give me a lesson here. I go on my computer and I like Google scoop the poop, Sobo scoops the poop, and things will come up.
I think if you're on Facebook, you could search for that hashtag, or if you're on Instagram, or maybe even Twitter, you could
The
search
social
those.
media thing, okay.
Yeah. So I always used to think you had to have anyway, I now
not-
understand.
Yeah, it doesn't lead you to a page. It's a trend. So it's like it tracks all of the posts that have the hashtag.
Could you say that 5 times fast, Melissa?
No, I couldn't say it once. So
what we would do is where it says insert hashtag, you put it there like that. So does everyone like that, or is that agreed?
Yeah, we agreed to that. Everyone agreed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. And then I don't know if people want to. Did anyone have a chance to watch this video?
No.
Do you want to just? Is it something you can play on your screen? It's 1 minute. I don't know if you can.
Let me see can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taking out after your dog isn't just nice. It makes makes our rivers, creeks, and lakes cleaner for everyone. When rainwater falls on pet waste, bacteria and other pollutants find their way to our water. You may think that one dog isn't a problem, but when many owners think that way, all that waste makes our streams and water supplies polluted with things like fecal coliform bacteria. Our kids depend on healthy water supply, and so do our pets. Pet waste harms more than just our environment. It also contains worms and diseases that can make people and other pets sick. Take the pledge to scoop, bag, and can the poop. You can take the pledge by posting a photo of yourself picking up pet waste with the hashtag Durham Duty Pledge. Remember, it's your duty to pick up their duty.
Hey, there's no way to edit that video and cut out the end.
No, and actually you start to get into copyright violation.
Okay.
I already did a deep
Okay.
dive into whether we could share the videos without copyright, and I'm fairly certain that that's the reason there's a share under video of YouTube,
Okay.
but also it falls under fair use. So it's an academic kind of educational information. We're not trying to take it as our own.
Okay, so for that video, right?
Yeah,
Can we go back to the,
I'm trying to find it. I'm having a hard time.
all right. So what happens?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Is the blue what you would post in the social media on top of the pet waste pollution? Do your,
Yeah, a little message that says, please pick up litter for your dogs, properly dispose of waste when rainwater falls on the pet pet waste bacteria finds. So you're sharing a blurb, a little tidbit. And
so
then
what
the
you
link-
wanna write in there? Watch this 1-minute video.
do you think we need to tell them to do that?
Well,
It would be a link.
there's a link and people click on it, right?
Yeah.
Why are they clicking on it?
To learn more?
I'd want to know. So
Because
then
there's a link.
Because there's a link.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think people see links and like yeah, they click on them.
So my point only was not watch this video, but like to make the point that it's a 1 minute, because you
Oh.
think you see a video and it's like, I'm out of here.
Oh, so we could say 1 minute video courtesy of Durham, North Carolina.
Yeah, because it says video, right? So I'm saying, oh, a video. It's like, oh my God, I'm not watching a video. I don't
Yeah.
care.
So, but yeah,
Just
maybe
an hour long
insert
video.
1 minute.
The
So
1 minute.
are we gonna, yeah, so do we, I mean, I put the minute, the numbers in there for our purposes. So we kind of understood at a glance what we were looking at, but is the idea to put that like 35-second video, 2 minute, 33-minute video? Like, are we gonna do that throughout, or
I
is the
didn't know how
idea?
throughout we are, but I'm telling you, people will not click on a video that would click on a 1 minute video. I tell people it's a 1 minute and they'll watch
Yeah.
it.
I think that there's truth to that.
What about just brief videos so she doesn't have to put times in, and yes, it gets
Yeah, I
all
think
a little
brief
wacky.
videos.
That's fine. It's a quickie.
So then who, I guess what's still confusing, who exactly sends this message?
Yeah, that's good, Kat. Check out this quick video courtesy of Durham, North Carolina.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Joyce? Who sends it?
Yeah, so this is where I sort of get confused. It's these additional messages that everybody isn't sending, but so like who's responsible for this one?
Right. So that, and it might go out on multiple channels. So, I mean, it's kind of, so it depends is the question, right? Like first is approved content. Then does the committee need to approve every, like, every channel who gets what? Because that's going to be a lot of back and forth. So
I guess
the idea,
I want to know who the channels are. Yeah. Not everything, but I
No,
don't
that's
even,
fair.
this is the first I heard we had all these partners.
Well, it's
So who-
just
who else?
standard out. It's when you do standard outreach for any video, any hikes, or it's not special. Like it's the recreation page, it's the library, it's the
So we
Yeah,
town.
I mean,
know for our
we talked about
campaign-
we've talked about some of these in prior meetings, the different places that some of the outreach would go, the library, the share and care page, the trails page,
Hey, I'm
stewardship
not
page.
complaining. We should have a list of who our partners are. Why wouldn't we want
Yeah,
to
didn't
know
you
who
have
they
that
are?
at the top?
Yeah. And then we would obviously thank them in some way at the end that, these people really helped us get the word out. And
Okay, so what am I looking at here? So I'm seeing this, right?
yeah, this
So
is the
is there one place where everyone's listed? That's all. I mean, I don't need to know.
The first page.
I mean, they are listed here, but they are listed in an order of operations. So to your
Yeah, on
point,
the first page, it's under proposed outreach partners.
oh, where are we? Oh, thank you, Joyce. Do you see this right
So
now?
right now, it's Southborough Share and Care Recreation, Library, and Trails. No one else has been approved as an outreach partner. Those are the ones we've talked about. Actually, and
Actually, you've got the town, don't you have conservation? Don't you
Yeah.
have?
yes, that's under A. Yes, under E alerts.
So it wasn't
So yeah, it is still kind of confusing.
to me.
Yeah, I
Mm.
separated them out by type, outreach type. So there's e-alerts, and then there's Facebook, and then there's other, which is like Twitter, My Southborough, Banner.
And that's the media, but not the partners, right? So,
Right.
all right, it's just another list that would,
So if we're approving this pet waste pollution message for week 1, who is pushing send on this one?
So I think you would always push send on Southborough Share and Care, right? And I had reached out to them just to let them know that we were doing this. And if I know they don't mind if we post publicly, but I just wanted to, if we post regularly, like I didn't want to trigger any negative.
Okay, so week 1, there's 2 things on Southborough Share and Care, the intro blurb, and a couple of days later, pet waste pollution.
but are you pushing out to all these other groups, recreation, library, trails,
The idea is yes. So that's
and
where that,
Southborough Twitter and My Southborough, and so all of those happens week 1.
let me just see. So what I've have here is I have the town-wide going week 2. Right, so we start with conservation e-alerts, trail e-alerts, and then these Facebook post trails, South
What are,
Road.
can somebody tell me what e-alerts is? That the,
It's the town-wide announcement that folks can sign up for. They get either news and
oh, okay,
announcements.
so it's an
from-
email. E is an email, right?
Yeah, electronic alert. Yeah, so they get an email. So it's the same thing. They sign up for agendas and meeting alerts. They sign up for news and announcements for topics. So the idea is you're going to reach different people who have signed up for different things via email.
So you have 6 announcements going out in week 1. Right? Conservation trails, that's,
Some of them will overlap though, right? They'll be the same message.
I'm just saying.
You have to choose. And there's a decision that you make of like, one message is going to go to recreation because I'm only going to ask recreation to send 1 a week. I'm not going to ask rec and library to send multiples a week. They've agreed to send 1 a week, right? So one message will go to them. Maybe I choose a message to go to rec that's different than to library because I'm going to have overlap, and and that's where some of the decision gets made that isn't fully fleshed out here. But if the messages are approved, then does that level of detail need to be completely signed off on? Or is that some where you might say, okay, I've approved the message and now I feel comfortable that Kat and Joyce can make these decisions, for example, and the committee can vote to make that decision or not?
I'm comfortable with you guys deciding which messages go out to which organizations.
Yeah, I would be too, once we review them and say, then you go with it.
Okay.
We don't need to micromanage. I mean, that's a lot of work on your behalf, and thank you, but
All right, so it seems like now we've got an approved blurb and
a landing page and a
landing
video.
page and the approved blurb and that first pet. Does anyone have any concerns? We made a couple of changes to the pet waste pollution thing. So that
Wait. What do you mean?
this post about
Yeah, just to check out this quick video.
Oh, no,
like
you said
that.
pet waste pollution. That top one. Okay, no, that's fine.
okay.
So
So that's
this, yeah, so the second post that could happen is this one highlighted and including a DCR video. DCR has 2 videos. One's a cartoon and one is not, so we can choose which one to use.
All right, can we look at the post? Because
And this is an accolade, so it comes straight from them. I confirmed how to phrase it. And to Jenny's point, and something I had mentioned to Joyce over the weekend was, it would be nice, instead of being a punitive campaign, is to also say, how lucky we are to live in this beautiful area, and to be really proud that we have this really clean drinking water around us and this backup water supply that's unfiltered, for example. So that's the idea here.
Can you say, although the Sudbury Reservoir has a backup water supply?
Oh, thank you.
yeah, that's a little bit weird. I wouldn't write it is still also unfiltered. Just leave it as that. Just leave it as say the Sudbury Reservoir is part of the water. I'm not done, so let me think. It is part of the water system, because nobody's drinking the Sudbury River Reservoir water, so whether it's filtered or not.
It went into circulation in 2010 when there was a water main break.
I understand that, and there was a no drink advisory, boil the water, because it didn't get treated like the other water does. So I had somebody give me a real hard time when I said something about the Sudbury Reservoir being the backup water supply for Boston. So I don't want us to get into that kind of a, so I don't know about, although I would just say the Sudbury Reservoir is a backup water supply to that system.
So I guess
About the Sudbury Reservoir, which is located in Southborough.
Yeah. Yeah, people
So-
don't get that.
yeah, well, that's the thing, the distinction that I needed to try to make, because the Wachusett and the Quabbin reservoirs are not in Southborough.
yeah.
Yeah.
So those
So
are the
that's
ones.
good.
that got
And then
the-
just say, is part of that drinking water supply system.
where-
Or
A
something.
backup water supply for that system. Can we say
Yeah.
that? For
Yep,
that.
for that system.
And I would just put a comma after a reservoir and
Mhm.
Southborough.
Me too. Picky like that, right?
I know my that and which rule, let's just say.
Oh, that I do not
What's
know.
that?
What's
That
the
doesn't
that and which rule? That it tells you when and how to use those 2 words. So that is defining. The motorcycle that is out of gas is in the garage. Which motorcycle is in the garage? The motorcycles that's out of gas. If we used which, we're just offering another fact about that motorcycle, and we have to use commas. The motorcycle, which is in the garage, is out of gas.
I know all that, but I have no idea what you're saying.
Yeah,
I would have used the comma there, and I would have used which.
yeah.
I hope.
It's called the that and which rule.
I would say is the backup water supply. It's not a backup water supply.
Yeah, that's even stronger.
Well, it's true.
And it's true. It's stronger and it's true. Can we
So-
not say the count low enough? Like picking up dog waste keeps bacteria out of the water supply? Is that better than saying about meeting standards?
Well, how about, stop. Picking up dog waste keeps bacteria out of our waters.
Period. Good.
Yeah, and no helps. Right? Picking up dog waste keeps the bacteria,
Yeah, keeps.
keeps that shitty bacteria out of the water.
Pick up all the dog waste, pack it out, and put it in the trash. Yeah, I think that's good. How long is that video, Kat?
She's going to use the same language.
Well, it's not.
Brief. It's brief.
It's.
Is it long? What?
Oh, it's like this one's like a,
Wondering
2
why there's
minutes.
so many rules about dogs
Oh,
in the
this is-
Wachusett watershed.
there's 2 versions.
Well,
of
more than
like this.
2.2 million people drink water
I don't like the
supplied by the
accent.
Wachusett. It goes from the reservoir to the intake and treatment centers to a refreshing, cool glass. But how does the water get to the reservoir in the first place? Most storm drains in the Wachusett watershed flow into it. And this is where dogs come in.
Ah, there. Now, the average dog makes about 3/4 pounds of waste per day, and that contains 7.8 billion fecal coliform bacteria. These guys might indicate the presence of more harmful disease-causing organisms like Giardia or Cryptosporidium. Bacterial dog waste can last for a long while. Just because the waste is gone, the bacteria might not be. When left sitting on the ground, rain or snowmelt can carry the bacteria into the reservoir surface water, either directly or through the drain system. All pails at the Water Supply Protection Lab have used microbial source tracking to name dogs as a major contributor to bacteria found here. You might call it a CSI for public health. But what can you do? Only bring your dog where you're allowed to. Next, always pick up after your dog. That goes for your yard as well as a public place. Use a plastic bag to pick up the waste and throw it in the trash and not in the woods, stream, or drain. Then wash your hands, of course. A little cleanup on your end avoids a whole lot of extra treatment on our end. Thank you.
Why
Yep.
does he have a Southern accent?
I don't appreciate it, but there's another video we can replace that's a real person.
Well,
telling us the
Can I,
story.
before you replace, I approve that. We don't have
I'm
to like.
okay with it, even though I don't like the accent.
I'm just saying it's, we watched it, check, it's okay. Doesn't mean you have to use it, all right?
Yep.
But let's see what Jenny says.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Yes, the accent's wonky, but it's a good video.
I thought it was a wonky dog, not a Southern, was it Southern?
Yeah, it sounded Southern to me.
No, I don't know. Okay. What's the next one?
All right, so the next one is another DCR video, but it doesn't have to go to this week, so we can. So what I tried to do was the way the blurbs are, they run like something's educational, and then you get a little bit lighthearted throughout the week. So this next one I think is a funny video.
I currently use the convex flip.
There are really complex things that you're
I'm
going
not
to have to
gonna play the
tackle
whole
as a
thing.
dog owner. There is, obedience. There is what to feed your dog, health concerns, there's behavior concerns. There is so much to go through for you to really understand how to make your dog happy, how to make your dog safe, how to give your dog the best life. Then there are certain things you're going to need to know how to do. You're going to need to know how to do these things to make the world a better place with your dog in it, by keeping your dog on a leash and keeping your dog away from other dogs and all these things. But there's one thing, I've scoured the internet. I've scoured the internet for countless hours on the proper technique of doing what I'm about to show you in this video. And what I'm about to show you in this video is deep. It's not often talked about. It's a very rare video. It's a video with material that you may not find if you scour YouTube, Facebook, Google, anything. I don't know if you'll ever find a video with this technique that I'm about to show you. And I have trained dogs in competitive obedience in protection dog sports. I've worked with aggressive dogs in shelters. You all know my background. You know how serious I am about dog ownership. But what I'm about to show you is important. It's pertinent, it's powerful, and it's deep. And I'm going to show you something that will benefit your dog's life, benefit your life, and benefit the life of countless people around you. Watch. Look over here for a second. Come, Maya, come out of the way. Watch out, Maya. You see this? Come, Maya, come here. Maya, we're teaching a secret. Come over here. Maya, over here. Plots. Plots. This right here is poop. Dog poop. The old Cheech and Chong thing was, what does it look like? Well, it looks
So this
like
is
poop.
a 5-minute video.
Pick it up.
Yeah, I think it's too long.
Yeah,
What's it feel like?
it's
Feel
funny,
like poop.
but yes, it's kind of long.
He already lost me, but then he got funny.
Right.
It took too long to get funny, I guess.
So,
Was that the how to use a poop bag?
yeah, he's a dog trainer.
Okay, so people who already know him have a relationship and we don't.
Mhm.
Okay, go back up. What's the replace first video?
Well, I wouldn't recommend playing 2 DCR videos in the same week, but
Right, but it's right here. We can approve it, right? You can do what you want with it. We might like this one better than the Southern Voice.
I did like it
Welcome to
better.
Great Car Reservation in the town of Saugus. I am here to talk to you about dogs. Here at the DCR, we love dogs, but there is just one problem: dog poop. You see, man's best friend may be harming us without us even realizing it. I know it's not the prettiest conversation, but it's one that is essential to the health of our state parks and our communities. You might be thinking to yourself, if my dog poops in the forest and no one is around to see it, does it really make an impact? And the answer to that is yes. It's important to remember that this isn't just about your dog. This is about the big picture. Let's zoom out to really see the scale of the problem.
Is that good? You
According to
kinda get the
data from a
sense.
2018 American Veterinary Medical Association study, there are close to 800,000 dogs in Massachusetts. On average, a dog produces 3/4 of a pound of waste a day. So if we do the math, that comes out to almost 600,000 pounds of poop per day and over 219 million pounds per year. It's estimated that 40% of dog owners don't pick up their waste. So that leaves us with close to 88 million pounds of poop per year left on the ground. That weighs as much as 17,000 SUVs. So let's look at the scale of this. One dog poop might not be the end of the world, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of dogs visiting your state park every single day. You may be thinking it's natural, it's good for the soil, it'll break down over time. Are these things true? The answer is no. The EPA considers dog waste a hazardous pollutant, and it places it in the same category as oil and toxic chemicals. Dog poop is 57% more toxic than human waste, and it can harbor bacteria and parasites that cause illness in humans. It contains disease-causing pathogens and parasites like Giardia, Salmonella, E. coli, fecal coliform, tapeworms, hookworms, and ringworms. Not only can dog waste contaminate the ground we walk on, but it also contaminates the water that we drink. Bacteria and parasites can survive for long periods of time when left on the ground, even after the dog poop is gone. During the next rain or snow melt, all of those pathogens can get washed into our water supply. When pet waste is washed into lakes or streams, it can kill fish and encourage weed and algae growth. The water can become cloudy and green, and it can make you, your family, and even your dog very sick. Lastly, let's talk about poop bags. While we appreciate so many people using these bags, if they do not get taken out of the park or placed in a trash receptacle, eventually they will rip apart, leading to all of the same hazards we've discussed. There are many types of pollution, and countless poop bags littering our green spaces is a type of visual pollution. It's important to remember that these are public spaces, and we want to be considerate of all visitors. Be kind, don't leave poop behind. So the next time you come to one of our beautiful state parks and you bring along a furry friend, please pick up after your dog and take it with you or put it in one of our trash receptacles. We need your help in keeping our public lands and drinking water safe.
That was a good video.
I like it.
Be
Yeah.
kind, don't leave poop behind.
Yeah,
Just
there's some
remember
nice
that.
tag phrases I wrote down that we can use as the post.
Yeah, I like that they make the point about not leaving the bags, the
Yeah.
poop bags.
So Joyce, do you think we should show Freddie one of the poop fairy videos just for fun?
Mhm.
All right, let me just find which one it is.
I wanted to suggest that, like, I dress up as a poop fairy and somebody video me, but I just don't, it's just a whole nother undertaking, but it's a funny video.
That would
One with the guy in
be
the-
that would be awesome. Although, is it against the message if we're saying there is no poop fairy, but then you're dressed up as the poop fairy?
Where do you see this poop fairy?
Dude, you're gonna pick that up? Because there's no poop fairy to do that for you. See?
Only one poop. Only one poop. One poop.
Only one poop.
What's that?
That's the sound of thousands of other dog walkers not picking up their dogs. Do you have any idea how many freaking dogs are in this area? There are over 69,000 dogs in the greater Twin Forks region, and they make 14 million tons of poop annually.
But poop fairy. Poop is natural.
There is no poop fairy. And dog poop is very nutrient, unlike bear scat, who eat only berries and twigs. And all that poop eventually ends up in a stream where it releases those excessive nutrients and disease-causing pathogens that can make the water murky, green, smelly, and even swimmable. Care to take a nice turd dip? Here. They're not just poop bags, they're pride. You're doing the right thing for your neighbors and for the health of the whole watershed. Not a thought. There's a chihuahua cranking one out in Leicester right now.
You get the point.
So we're not doing that till after we do the kickoff in Breakneck, right?
Oh,
Well,
that
it's
video?
slotted for, actually, that's a good point and good segue too. It's slotted for week of April 18th, and we were proposing the 16th and 17th for that. So maybe we can quickly talk about those dates as being possibilities. And the idea is Saturday the 16th, we'd set up a table, flag all the poop, have our rotating signs out throughout the property, and be there to kind of talk about it with all the people that show up. And then we leave the signs up on Sunday, then we take them up, and then you do your campaign on the 18th. And then the idea is to do the guided hike on the weekend of Earth Day. So we could put up the signs again on that Saturday and Sunday and then take them down.
So you do not need to work around me, but we will be coming back from vacation on the 16th. And it's very hard for me to know, if I will have availability on the 17th or not, just.
Yeah, that's fair.
17th, we weren't going to do a table because that's
Right.
Easter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So 16th, we thought there might
Oh,
be.
wait, I'm sorry. Oh, no, we will not be around that weekend at all. I'm sorry. That's the weekend we're leaving that weekend.
Can
And
you
the next
do that
weekend-
again? I had a,
Go
you're
ahead.
putting out the signs on Saturday?
That was the plan.
Yeah, the proposed plan is that Saturday, the 18th, we could do the signage. I mean, we could put them out that Friday too, if we wanted to that morning, and then have them out a Friday and then do the campaign on Saturday and leave them out on Sunday too.
So my concern had been, before we get there, there was this project to cut them out and laminate them and glue them to dowels.
We also have to print signs and get things made and posted too.
Yeah, but the signs are approved,
That's not the point.
right?
Cutting them out, gluing them to dowels, laminating them, did you say?
Mhm.
Is that realistic? How many are we gonna have? There's a
But
lot
as
of poop.
many, we have, and it depends on the poop. If we don't have the poop, we don't have the demand for the
Don't
sign.
worry about the not having the poop, there's bags and poop there, right? So how many were we thinking of doing? And were we going to hand out bags to people walking up the hill?
We could. I think we should hand out bags. That should be.
I bought some the other day, so I do.
Could we
some
have a
bags.
sign? I mean, maybe you don't want to, but you could hand a bag with if somebody doesn't have it, maybe it could have a tag on it, $25 discount. I mean, I don't know that we want to do that. So let me just say it. Do people know there's a $25 fine for not picking up your poop?
It's in the bylaw, but actually.
I know that. I'm just saying, should we give them a bylaw or leave it alone? Is that
We hadn't talked about including that
I
as
think
part of-
information at the table should be posted maybe really clearly. Maybe it's a silent sign so we don't have to say it every time. It says $25 per dog litter, dog waste litter.
Well, it's hard to say that because who's going to, or nobody's ever been fined, I don't think, have they?
I know I reached out to the animal control officer because she said it was $100. And I was like, yeah, I know. And so then I reached out to Jim. I was like, do you know why she would have said that? Is there because the bylaw reads 25, she said 100. So I was like, is there another town ordinance that allows an increase in the amount? And she hasn't responded to my email yet. So I think 25 is the way to go. But
I just want to, I think it's important information, but it doesn't matter if nobody's ever gotten a ticket.
Right.
Has there ever been one issued?
I asked her to send me a copy of the citation so I could see what it looked like because I was curious.
Is it only the dog officer that does it?
Dog officer and police officer, I think Jim said, or the bylaw says. I think the bylaw details who can give the.
So it would be nice to know if anyone has ever been issued one. So and the only reason I'm bringing it up because it's a concern, like it is the law, you could get fined, but you're not going to. So should we even mention it?
Yeah, I'm
specifically
thinking at first I was like, oh, maybe we should talk about it, but it doesn't feel like a real threat. And I think even if we found out it's never been used, like we wouldn't advertise that fact either. So
right.
Well, and that's also kind of more the stick, right? Like, aren't we trying to bring people to this out of more a sense of, duty to their neighbors and the environment and goodwill towards everybody?
Yes. What happens when you're so this is what I just think of. What happens when you're at the table and people walk by you and they have a dog and they don't have a bag?
We offer them a bag.
You're like, hey, I got one for you. I see you forgot it. Here you go. You're so welcome. Yeah. Happy Saturday. Is that going to work?
I'm sure. I think that's a great approach.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I think it's worthwhile to do and see,
I mean, I hope we can appeal. I hope no one picks a fight with us, but I know that is a distinct possibility.
Joyce, we're trained as bark rangers.
Yeah, and we're now going to be called poop rangers.
Do you want a badge too?
I do. I want it shaped like a little poop.
Maybe if you're dressed as a poop fairy, no one is going to get mad at you. Just wear wings and a shirt.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm willing to really do that, but.
All right, now we're getting punchy.
Okay, so let's get a couple more things done and then we can get out of here, okay?
Are we comfortable with that weekend, even though it's not everyone's available?
I don't know what the time is. I don't know what the commitment is. I'm fine with it. I mean, Sunday is Easter.
Yeah, nothing on Sunday other than leaving the signs out. And I can volunteer to put the signs out and take them back in.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the fun? Putting the signs out?
I'm
sorry.
with the signs.
There's two types of signs. There's the H stake signs that will be throughout the property advertising, the concept. And the poop fairy will be on one of those as well. And then there's the little individual signs.
Wait.
So
The H stake. You mean like the
Yard sign.
yard signs? How many of those for each campaign?
So I think we had talked about, and correct me if I'm wrong, I put it somewhere, I don't know.
It's all in I think it's in the minutes from last time, because we very specifically went through that.
Oh, we were gonna do, so we have 4 types of signs. And I was
Right.
thinking 2 per kind of sign, right? So we'd end up with 6 signs. Does that make sense? Like we've got the poop fairy, no poop fairy. And so they're 12 inches by 18 inches. They're a little bit smaller, Freddie, than your native pollinator garden sign.
You've lost me completely. You mean we only have a tiny, there is no poop fairy sign?
No, that would be one of the 12 by 18s. It's one of the 4 variations. So there's no poop fairy, there's dog waste on the grass.
Yeah, I know there's 4 different variations. 12 by 18 is a double-sided sign. And we're
Yep.
going to have 2 of those for the whole property?
No, 2 of each for each type, so 8.
We're only putting 1 type out for this campaign, right?
I thought we were going to vary it up throughout the property.
I thought we
thought-
were varying
no.
it throughout the weeks.
Yeah. This is the poop fairy week. That's it, was my understanding. And then another week, we'd put out the other signs.
Okay, well, that works too. I don't know. I
Well,
didn't know
there's
we were
just-
gonna, I didn't know we
only
were going to put out signs for weeks, but that works too.
I thought the big sign was ongoing to change the message up.
Right, like put,
2 of there is no poop fairy at this kickoff. And then next week, we could put 2 other ones up. And then, the poop fairy could come back again, but
Well,
for the
if we're
first-
going to do that, then, and we have 4 signs, we could do it the week of the 8th and 9th, 15th, 16th, 20, 20, 23, and 29, and 30th and have it. Because we have
No.
4 types of signs, no?
but I'm sorry, but I thought the kickoff was there is no poop fairy at Breakneck Hill.
I don't think that, I mean, that's a kickoff of a kind of, it's a component of the campaign. It can be the kickoff for the no poop fairy, sure, because I think we can save our favorite no poop fairy videos for after that week. So that would follow the appropriate theme that you're referring to.
I thought the point of doing the poop fairy and doing the signage was to make a big splash about the campaign.
Yeah.
And if we start it, I understand you're starting the PR ahead of time, but at Breakneck Hill, I think it sort of will, in my opinion, dilute the impact of having the poop fairy signage there, which is the big deal. And then it just continues on afterwards. It's like doing it with a ho-hum to start and then.
Well, we can use all the other signs around town then, I guess. But that doesn't really make sense when you can't have poop on those trails anyway, so that's not gonna work.
well, the
What-
idea
I
of
don't
the,
understand you were going to have all of them at on the poop fairy day anyhow. Were you planning on doing them all along at Breakneck Hill?
Yeah, I thought the committee decided to go ahead and get several printed so that we could rotate them and they wouldn't.
And I
Rotate
thought we were
them.
starting on the 16th is all, that it would be the big kickoff
We can start on the 16th, that's fine.
with having, because you're going to have a table there and, talk to people, wouldn't, I don't know.
yeah, I
don't
think
care.
that's reasonable, that's the kickoff, that's when we do the poop fairy, that's
That's
the
the kickoff at
only,
Breakneck Hill. I'm not saying for your campaign.
and it's the only time that the poop will be flagged. It's that
Yeah.
time.
So to me,
And
it
so
just
that's
sounds like
the
the big,
kickoff.
you know, we might flag the poop again.
We might, but we're kicking it
Some
off on that
other
time.
year, but, so my question is for the poop flagging. For looking at the 16th. We have to have dowels. We have to make these signs, right?
Yep.
So that is a time commitment.
Yep. And if anyone doesn't have time, if you're busy doing everything else, I'm completely available to do them all. And I think
Yeah,
Joyce
no, I
wants
can
to
help.
align with me.
I don't think we ever envisioned just one person taking on everything for that work.
I'm just saying, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. I'm not concerned what any bit that there's, you know.
So how many are we planning to make?
Make 25. I'm going to put it out there. What do you think?
I was going to say,
I was
50.
thinking like 50, but that's me.
yeah, I think
25 is good.
Well, I walked it.
How
this
much, how
weekend
much
and
of
I
the
didn't
property are
find
you
25.
doing?
Pardon?
How much of the property are you doing? How
The
many
whole
entrances?
property.
So
The entire
25 is like one here, one there. One,
Yeah, I mean, she can only go on the trails anyway. And 25 is fine, 40 is fine.
yeah, I don't think.
I
think
mean, we
20
already,
however many we can get, but I think 50 is better than 25.
let's do 50. And if we don't use them all, we don't use them all, because we're probably not going to really reuse them, because we're not going to want to touch the sticks.
Well, we're not going to stick the stick in the poop itself. We're going to stick it next
Just go
to
in the
poop,
ground
right?
next
So we
to it,
can
right?
Use it. And then I got to be really
Oh my
honest.
God, Joyce.
We can't just leave the poop there after we flag it. I know nobody wants to pick up poop, but
I
can't.
would help pick up the poop after we flag it.
I will too.
Not
so-
after you flag it, after you take the flags down.
Yeah, that's what we mean.
Yes,
You have
that's
to
what
leave
I
it there. I've had people told me that, oh, there's not much poop here. I'm going, are you kidding me? They can't see it. That's why I think 50 is better, because, you know, especially when you walk in at the trail entrances, it's a lot more there, but it continues on throughout.
Yes.
And both entrances heavy.
Okay, so we
Jim-
have. Go
Jim
ahead.
Gorse came once and he said he hadn't stepped in, she had shit on his shoe. He was helping me with the hoses. And it, you know, it's like just almost immediately stepped in shit.
Can I ask another question? Just because these logistics matter. So like I was gonna fully make myself available to be one of those people at the table. I think looking forward to that, and to also help flag and make the dowel things. But are we gonna have both trailheads manned, or just the one by the kiosk?
I was thinking just the one by the kiosk.
I was too, but now I'm wondering.
I think just by the kiosk. The other one is a smaller. I think having the signage there is enough. And if we have extra people, we can man the second one, but focus
Okay.
on the kiosk and then a table. And then, but you've got to flag the poop going in on the other one.
Okay.
And I'm assuming this is weather dependent, or is it? I have a pop-up tent if we wanted to. I don't know if people walk their dogs in the rain.
Yeah, they do. But so now the problem is there is no poop fairy sign. There's only two. So one at each end, right? Each entrance.
They're not ordered yet, right?
No, but they only take a few days. Like I can get them in a week. And we can
How much
do
are they each?
roughly, what did I have here? $15 a pop plus a couple dollars for hardware.
So can we just maybe up the ante? Like we voted last time for $500 additional dollars.
Yeah.
If there's overage, should we just maybe get a couple of extra ones of those?
I
So
would
do
say
4?
yes.
So you were gonna order 2, I don't know, maybe 6.
All right. So just so you know, the signs, the trail signs did go up in price. It was originally $65 a pop because they had to go longer because the names were longer to make them visible. So they went up. He went up to 95, and I said, look, you know, can you work with us? We weren't expecting that type of increase. And I was like, we're on a finite budget and it's a grant. And he's like, yeah, I'll work with you. So I said, can you just shorten the boards and just make it smaller font? And he just kept it the same. And so they went up from 65 to 75. And I thought that was fair given
Yeah,
he went longer for us. So anyway, so that's just a little bit more expense, nothing that 500 can't handle. But I
yeah.
just
Let's
wanted-
try and get 6 poop fairy flags. I mean, signs if we can.
Okay. Got it.
Take it this way, we're approving these now, and if it goes over the 500 or whatever, we've approved it, so it's okay.
Okay.
If that was what you were concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think I'm concerned. I don't think $25 or whatever this is supposed to, $35 is gonna break the bank. So we have week 1 approved, and if we don't get a second week, is there any, oh, let me ask this. Can the committee review materials outside of this committee and send into Joyce a yes or no on the materials so that the campaign can continue even if we can't meet in advance? Since it's outlined here as a proposal, can the committee vote to have that handled in that way, and then all feedback goes directly to Joyce and she gets to be the.
So what happens when you discuss in a committee is you get other people's viewpoint and it changes your viewpoint. So I don't know what's here, so.
Yeah,
So
I
is
don't
there
think that would
Do
meet
you see
before
where
we-
what I'm trying to do though? You hear I'm trying to get a couple weeks worth of.
Well, why don't we, what else? What's the second week? You've got a few videos already approved, right?
When rain or water hits hard surfaces like pavement, it creates stormwater runoff. This picks up lots of nasty pollution and drains out to the rivers, streams, and lakes that hold our drinking water. Here's some things we can all do to stop stormwater pollution. Nobody likes to step in poop. Pet waste can spread disease and contaminate our water sources. Never let your dog roam freely to use the bathroom. And always scoop your pooch's poop and throw it away in the garbage can.
So consistent. What do we
That's
think?
good. What was the blurb with that?
Things we can do to stop stormwater pollution. Let's keep our water clean. Please pick up all dog waste, pack it out and put it in the trash. That's a common theme. You'll see that over and over and over. Video courtesy of Piedmont.
So
Triad.
again, short video or whatever that language was.
Yeah.
Where does it say this is the Stewardship or Trails Committee's campaign?
Oh, it would have the hashtag.
And what if I don't know what the hashtag means? Where am I going to see?
So it does lengthen the post. It might not be the worst thing, but
I mean, if I'm getting this sent to me from an email alert from Vanessa, I'm gonna go, what the hell is this? Piedmont Triad Regional
that's
County?
different. Yeah, that will have a little bit more information. It will have to have it will probably have a portion, excuse me for scrolling so fast, a portion of this front piece for an e-alert, because you want a little bit more text because it's directed to a web page, like a little web blurb. So we would have some version of this with that little snippet.
And where else would the snippet go if you posted on a Facebook? You wouldn't say this is from the Stewardship Committee, this is from the Trails Committee? This is
Well,
part of
it's a
the
joint
campaign?
initiative. So would we just consistently say this is a
Whatever, but you said it just had the link and it just said that thing about the.
Yeah, so I guess yeah, I mean, I wasn't envisioning, and we can talk about having it branded every single time with more words, which will say, joint initiative or whatever it's Trails Stewardship first, then /trails funded by Choate or something, initiative. That might be a nice thank you to Choate for their funding.
I'm just saying, you can't assume that people are going to know what's going on. What if I just get, I'm not looking at the Facebook all the time or getting the e-alert, so I see one thing.
It's a legit point about somehow making it clear that this is another message from Southborough Stewardship and Trails to keep, you know, a Poop the Scoop campaign. Scoop the Poop, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
you're
all
saying
one thing.
a stewardship trails committee message, or
Yeah, a Stewardship Trails Committee message.
is that what you're, oh, yeah, that's good.
Group message, right?
Wait, no, if you're going to use the hashtag, you don't have to say scoop the poop, just say Stewardship Trails Initiative.
Yep, that's
Do you
true.
want to say funded by Choate each time or just?
No.
No.
I would say on this, actually, I don't know where I'm looking. The video we just watched was #1 for week 2.
Yeah.
I would delete the first sentence and just start with "let's keep our water clean." And then if we add that thing about Southborough, you know, a message from Southborough Stewardship and Trails.
Yeah, that will be, so it's in green here. I'll just have to add it to each one.
Okay.
It goes before the scoop the poop thing, hashtag.
Yep.
Hashtags last?
Yep.
Okay.
So this might be a good, so we had this second, if we could technically play the second DCR, the funny sounding one in this post. So dog walking along the Sudbury Reservoir is not permitted. This is land is owned. We have to get rid of this dog where dog walking is permitted. And all of this stuff. And we can just play this video, the funny sounding dog video.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this is, let's see.
So right now, we're going too fast for me. We have
That's
week
the-
1. We have how many? We have 1 or 2 videos.
We have 1, 2 videos
2.
on week 1.
2
Yeah,
videos and 2 separate blurbs, and then the landing page for.
1 video goes with 1 blurb. Another blurb goes with a video.
Right.
So
two blurbs. I just don't see the video on this one, but like DCR. Okay. So I have 2 blurbs. That's 2 posts spread around how you want. And then you have the original intro blurb with a stewardship webpage. So that's 3 blurbs for that week.
yeah.
Yes.
So then now we're on to the week 2.
Yeah, we didn't like the poop bag.
All right. So yeah, I'm just trying to see here because then she switched and went fast. So this is the blurb. We have that. Which video was this one here?
This is the one we
One-
just watched.
The
The
cartoon
dog with the weird
DCR
accent.
with the weird.
Okay. The one we watched at the beginning. Then
So this
dog
one would get
walking-
posted in the second week as well?
It's not in the first week, cut it out.
Oh, okay.
That's where I got confused. Then you have dog walking in Southborough.
It's something got cut out. Dog walking is not allowed. Dog walking along the Sudbury Reservoir boroughs with aqueduct trails not allowed. And then I took out anything that said of where it is allowed.
I think you wanna see where it says this land is owned by DCR and MWRA. I think you wanna say something about its protected drinking water supply.
It says it at the top. It's a protected water supply or backup or protected watershed. It's a backup water supply.
Okay, I missed that. It's light blue. I didn't see it. Sorry. A lot going on here. All right.
Yeah. So this is the last
So
video.
what-
Oh, sorry. It's
When you-
funny.
Hey, Steve, look what your dog just did. Yeah. When it rains, your pet's fecal matter flows untreated into the storm drain to our creeks and lakes. So? Well, that poo is a health hazard that contains bacteria and viruses. Do you like that, Steve? No!
Swim in those lakes! The rivers! The lakes!
Excuse me. Like, all you have to do is pick it up with a bag, dispose of it properly, and our waters will be fine. Here, take this. You're welcome.
Be a superhero. Pledge to do the right thing.
Okay, so that's good. Can you go back
That's
to the blurb?
ridiculous, but good.
The blurb?
Be a scooper hero,
So-
do the right thing.
So just somehow connect this land is owned by DCR and MWRA to the reservoir. It's disjointed there, and that's why I got confused.
What,
So you
so
could
this
just
is
say the reservoir is a backup water supply for millions of people. I'm
okay,
not
so
sure how to,
this is a different post completely.
what do you mean?
So the where we were just talking about what's highlighted here, that it's a protected watershed and a backup drinking water supply, that's a separate post. So this is this third video is just separate.
The video we just watched is with the third
Yeah.
post, not the second.
Yeah.
I don't
And
care. I'm just reading the second post. It doesn't, it can't we just fix it while we're talking about it? Because
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
most of Southborough is located in a protected watershed.
And you could just say, and after the reservoir is a backup water supply for millions of people and is owned by DCR and MWRA. So just move that third sentence
Yeah.
up there.
Thank you, Jenny. And then it's not disjointed.
Is that okay?
And dog walking has not been permitted on on their land.
Right.
Dog walking along the Sudbury is not permitted. Well,
Oh, actually, where you say the reservoirs, maybe you should say the Sudbury Reservoir is a backup water supply. That will just link it all better.
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
So now we have 2 weeks of content.
so what video went with this one? So we can finish it?
That was the DCR video, the weird dog speaking one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the video we just watched, what with which one?
That's
a
third
separate.
post that has.
No, it's a
the
separate post. Where is it?
Right.
It's
It's
here.
just be a
three.
scooper hero.
Do the right thing.
So then the short video, the hashtag, and the brought
Initiative.
to you by.
Yep.
Okay. So what's that? How many for week 2 do we have now?
3.
3.
All right, so what the hell? Week 3, scoop the poop, dog talking. Is this we want this? Is that the video we already saw?
No, this is a different one. And so it's a leave no trace video, but it does talk about, I don't think it's bad to say poop fairy before we do the poop fairy. It may be a good lead in. Do you want to watch it? It's 30 seconds. It's too late.
Mummy, Daddy, please pick up my poo. It is a breeder of disease and germs, particularly in cities. It plays a big role in bacterial pollution of nearby water sources. Dog poo also creates high levels of nitrogen in the soil, killing off native plants that often results in tougher invasive weeds. Remember, there is no poop fairy. Please dispose of my waste in a rubbish bin. Thank you for helping me practice leave no trace. Love from your pup.
I couldn't understand a thing he said, so. Did everyone else hear what he said?
I had a harder time with that one.
I had a
Where
hard
is
time with that.
that?
I assume it's more clear when you're there in person, but from what I could hear, it sounded generic and okay.
I know it sounds like not a big deal, but I just kind of wanted to have the poop fairy be the poop fairy week. But I don't care. couldn't hear it anyhow, so. So it says there is no poop fairy though in the blurb, and
You take that out. He only says it at the end.
I know, but the blurb says it.
We could take that out. Would you
What's
like-
this one? Can you start that at the beginning? Yeah, see them walking through the grass. I don't know if anyone else finds that problematic.
I think it's going to be a reality for different people in different areas, and it doesn't encourage them. I don't think they'll take it as like, oh, I can walk on Breakneck Hill in the grass. They don't even know they can walk on Breakneck Hill because we don't advertise it. So I think that might be okay.
I guess it didn't strike me that, like, because it was in the distance, that maybe there was a trail there. I don't know.
I thought it was fine. I mean, we're not specifically mentioning Breakneck Hill here.
So what's the
It's
blurb?
going to be controversial.
What?
This might be controversial. I don't know.
Yeah. Woof, woof. I'm Scoop Dog Sam, and I'm here to drop some knowledge on you. I may be man's best friend, but let's not pretend that you love everything I do. I need a little help picking up after myself, and that's where you come in. So when I decorate the lawn, you can bag it and trash it before decomposition begins. There's a bunch of bad bacteria in every mess I make, but you got the skills to stop the stink from getting to our waterways.
All you gotta do is grab a bag.
Hey,
Watch your step and scoop the poop. When you're hanging out with your canine pals, follow the thumb and scoop the poop.
listen up, y'all. Y'all picking up when I'm laying down?
You know you got to scoop that poop.
Did you know my daily doodles are full of yucky germs that could make either one of us sick? But if you do your duty and clean it up carefully, we'll improve the health of the rivers and the fish. Cause the flopside drop wash into your storm drain the beaches, lakes and streams. The same ones be fishing and swimming and playing, but the solution is easy.
All you gotta do is grab a bag.
You guys get the idea?
It's that juice and scoop the poop.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
Why did you think it was a problem?
It deviates a little bit by being a musical video.
So I'm sorry, what was your concern?
I was being snarky. So I think we're through week 3, which is great, and that's progress. Thank you very much.
Can we see the blurbs though? The blurb that went with that one.
Grab a bag, scoop the poop, and trash it.
So, sorry, what week are we?
Week 3.
1. So, I'm sorry, I know it's late for all of us. I want to go right myself now, but the video we just saw goes with which blurb, 1, 2, or 3? Number
3.
three.
So the blurb is right underneath the video. It says,
Okay.
I'm gonna highlight it
All right.
here.
I see it now.
Okay.
The one before it, what video went with that? The one
That
with
was
the
the
dog.
video where it was a silent video with the dogs and then walking in the grass.
Okay, and then the one above it is the one you're going to take out the poop fairy?
Yeah, because that was the dog that he only
Yep.
said very once at the end.
And all of these just get the same hashtag and the same thing. So we're done with week 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to leave, but I want to just see, is it possible that we target the 24th for the guided hike? That would be the day after Earth Day. It's a Sunday. No, 2 days after Earth Day.
That's fine with me.
Okay. So we can leave. So the only concern about the hike leader is organizing it in advance and knowing who we need to reach out to. So where did we put that, Joyce? I don't remember.
So I know this ranger that might be good for leading a hike.
So when are we going to meet again?
Well, I guess I could put out some dates tomorrow night and see when people are available in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so why don't we say you two reach out to those 2 people, see who can do, if either of them can do it, and then if not, we'll regroup and come up with more ideas for our next meeting.
But does anyone have another name that to put in the mix?
Do we need to vote on anything?
So yeah, maybe do we need a vote that as amended, the messages we reviewed and language we reviewed is approved as we've edited it together?
Through week 3, I think, to specify.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Jenny,
In favor.
Kat,
In favor.
Freddie,
In favor?
and I'm in favor. The motion passes.
And then for the proposed leaders, I move that Joyce and, unless you disagree, Jenny, that, well, you can not approve, comment or something. Joyce and Kat can talk to those 2 people and see if they can get someone, figure it out. And if neither one of those can work, we can get more recommendations and find someone when we meet again. Does that work?
Yeah.
Do I have a second? Is that a vote, Freddie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hiring someone, right?
Yep. So was there a second? I didn't hear.
I seconded. Yeah.
All in favor, Jenny,
In favor.
Kat,
In favor.
Freddie,
In favor?
and I'm in favor. The motion passes.
So for our next meeting, before the next meeting, we could all watch the videos and look at the language ahead of time, and it would go faster going through it.
Correct.
I'll clean it up and add the hashtag that we approved and the additional language and clearly indicate which weeks are left so that it's clearer for you.
Okay. Thank you. That was a lot of work and a lot of resources you put together.
Well, thank you for the time tonight. I know it was tough getting through some of this. My other question is, are we okay with that language for the webpage? Because Melissa's going away on vacation this week and she's prepared to do the webpage tomorrow. I had asked her if it wasn't too much to ask her to do that before, and she said she had time to, and it seems like a small lift.
Didn't we already agree on it?
We agreed on the
edited.
language, but I don't think we agreed to have it on the web yet.
Doesn't have to go live
That
yet,
was
right?
the context for it.
When's the stuff getting posted? Is that start tomorrow?
I think that Joyce suggested next week.
Yeah, well, if it's that way, we can all look at it on the web, and then it's live, but no one's going to be going there to, if anyone saw something they didn't like, they'd have a little.
All right,
Yeah,
so
we
I'll
can-
send the,
I mean, somebody could go there, but no one's going to be looking for it, right?
all right, I'll send the final stuff to Melissa and then have her send us the link to the web page, and then folks can let Joyce know if they have issues. Does that work?
What week is it today? I can't find my phone.
Today's the 21st.
How many weeks out is the 16th?
Not that many.
Well, we're in 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th week from this week. So this is week 1, 2, 3, it's 4 weeks, this being 1.
So Joyce, just to circle back, because we've got through a lot of material, why did you suggest wait till next week?
Oh, because I didn't realize we were going to get through that material.
So seeing as we've gotten through 3 weeks, that will carry us up to almost, I don't have my calendar, but
Yeah, so could we meet potentially the week of the 11th?
that's not what I was talking about, but
Oh,
yeah, we could probably potentially, we can,
So, yeah,
I can look
so,
at dates. I can't look at dates right now. I just couldn't
Okay.
do it. But I was saying that I don't, unless there was another reason, I don't see why you couldn't start it this week.
Okay.
Put the stuff up on the website. Melissa's going to do that, right?
Yep.
We all get a chance to look at it live and just say thumbs up. You know, we already edited it, just in case there was some glaring mistake, who knows? And then after that, you can pump it up. You can pump out week 1. Does that work for people? Does that work for you, Kat? At your and Joyce's discretion, and if you can't get to it till next week, that's fine too, but at least if you wanted to start this week, you could.
how does your week look? That sounds good. Thank you, Freddie. It'd probably have to be after Wednesday because there's a big meeting Wednesday night.
Yeah, I could do it after Wednesday. I could do it Wednesday or Thursday, but as of Friday, I'm gone for 4 days. So
Is that too much on your Thursday though, if it's your getaway
I
day?
don't think so. If it's only one post.
Yeah, it's just a post and I'll share exactly what you have to just do and you just copy paste and you should be good.
Yeah.
Like it should be simple. And I'm happy
Um,
to do it, but I think that the clarification is to ensure that it doesn't look like it's coming from trails. So that's the importance here. Yes, Jenny.
Hey, Joyce, when you
oh,
post there, do you say anything like who you are while you're posting?
It
Oh,
comes from your name, but just
What?
your-
Yeah, but nobody,
As
who
chair
knows
of-
that she's the chair of the trails, I mean, the stewardship committee.
Yeah, I could say that.
I think you should.
Okay.
Joyce here.
Joyce chair.
Jenny, you were saying something.
yeah, I was gonna ask, can you make sure that you send like materials to my personal email address? Can send it to my town email address if you want to too, but the personal, I'm not sure. A bunch of stuff came in today, but I haven't looked at it all. But I'm not sure if I got this email, the last email from you.
Okay. Is everyone, Joyce, are you okay with me sending this to the committee? The revised
Yes.
stuff? Thank you.
Yes.
Right, and that's just a general, a general comment.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Is Joyce okay with you sending what to the committee?
The mock-up of what we just talked about so that everyone could look at the future weeks and decide how they felt about the videos and blurbs.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, so my thought was 11 o'clock, it's 11 p.m. now, so I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor, Jenny,
In favor.
Kat,
Yes, in favor.
Freddie,
In favor.
and I'm in favor. The motion passes.
Thank you, good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your very hard work on all of this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.